Yo, YouTube was good. What's good? What's going on with y'all? Man, on this Thursday evening, what's up? What's up? What is good? I'm over here trying to hold it down. You know what I'm saying? Looking like a Mortal Kombat Noob Saibot or something on the screen and shit. You know what I'm saying? So what's going on with y'all, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm just over here just chilling and shit. I had to talk about a couple things real quick before I get off here, man. I want to talk about these shootings, these mass shootings, man. These incidents is going on. You had this like the second one in the week. You had one in Dallas, and now you got this one. We're gonna pay attention. I'm gonna go into this and cover this right now, man. They got what's the name too? You got this, and I wanted to talk a little bit about a lot of this other stuff that's going on, a lot of this madness, the shenanigans. You see what I'm saying? So, without further ado, let's get into let me see. This ridiculousness that we, you know what I mean? Is that even a word? All right, hold up for a second. Let me see. Hold up. We're gonna talk about, you know what I'm saying? And then we're gonna talk about the Carmelo Anthony incident. I want to talk a little bit about that. All right, so let's go over here real quick. Let's go over here. All right. So, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna play this from a couple different angles. So,
to boot.dev. Make a free account right.
Law enforcement sources tell CNN that a suspect has been taken into custody after a reported shooting incident at Florida State University.
CNN's Ryan Young is following these developments for us. Ryan, what more are we learning about the situation there at this moment?
Yeah, guys, we continue to work our sources here to try to figure out exactly what's going on. I can tell you around 12 o'clock, an alert went out from Florida State University telling students to shelter in place, that they had reports of an active shooter near the student union. And just in the last 2 minutes or so, we got an update from the Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare that says they are receiving patients from that shooting scene as well. We believe 4 patients have been sent that way so far. I've also been told by a law enforcement source that I've talked to that the shooter has also been taken into custody. We're trying to figure out exactly the extent of injuries and what's going on. There is a massive police presence on that campus right now. Of course, Florida State, one of the largest universities in the state of Florida. The area that you see there is normally bustling with students. If you look at social media, you see dozens of students running. There have been reports of several shots being heard. We know the sheriff's department, the local police department, and the FBI all responding to that area to see exactly what's going on. We have not been told of what the disturbance and how it started just yet. We're hoping for more updates from officials. You do see the ambulances there and the first responders who've decided to go there. I've actually talked to an officer on scene. They were trying to get students from that student union area to safety. Once again, we're told 1 suspect in custody and at least 4 others who have been taken to the hospital. So we're trying to figure out the extent of these injuries, but you see the live pictures right there, the massive amount of police presence at one of Florida's largest universities. And of course, there's a lot of focus on exactly what happened in that student union area. As a person who attended that university, I can tell you that's usually the most active part of that campus. It's really the hub of that university. So many students, especially around that noon time, would be in.
That's a lot of police. I don't know. That looks kind of weird, man. That's so because somebody shot at the campus, all them cops, and the person's already in custody.
That area going to lunch or between classes as they hang out throughout the day. So you can understand the amount of pressure.
Notice these 2 mass shootings in this week. You notice both the suspects were in the custody. Both the suspects didn't pass away, right? Both the suspects are still in custody. Y'all notice that. It's very interesting. Y'all pay attention.
That's on law enforcement to figure out if there's any other people.
Then they're saying that the suspect was and this was the son of sheriff's deputy, right? and that the person got the gun. You see what I'm saying? How did the kid get the parents' gun? You know what I'm saying? You know, you got to really just question a lot of this stuff, man. You can't just, you know what I mean? For the most part, you got to really just dissect, listen to what they tell you, man. 'Cause most of the stuff, to be honest with you, most of the stuff is BS. It just be psychological operations that they be pulling off, just to see how you're gonna react. You know what I'm saying? See how you respond to this. You know what I'm saying? See if you fail or pass the test. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we gotta yeah, so let's continue to play this. My bad. I'm over here trying to share this up.
People who were involved in this. We do know, again, 4 injuries, been taken to the hospital, active shooter in custody. Boris and Erica, we're still trying to develop all our resources to figure out exactly what's going on at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We also want to bring in with us CNN law enforcement analyst Jonathan Wacker, who's with us. So, you know, as Ryan was just laying out for us there, and we see in these pictures this heavy police presence. We know of at least 4 people, according to Ryan's reporting, who have been brought in for medical attention. A suspect is in custody. That being said, there is this shelter-in-place order. We know a number of people are sheltering in place just from our own reporting as well. How long will it be? What will it take? I guess, what is that checklist to know that there is no longer a threat on campus?
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium.
Well, listen, good afternoon. You know, this is a stark reminder that really just underscores the dynamic and unpredictable nature of these horrific events. You know, as Ryan was saying, how active the school university is today and where the shooting location was around the student.
That active shooter, pay attention to that word, that phrase, active shooter. You know what I mean?
Student union is the nucleus of the school. It draws a lot of attention by students and visitors alike. By example, just look at the school calendar, the event calendar. There are dozens of things scheduled right now that are ongoing at the school that are bringing people there. So it's a very densely populated environment. And law enforcement knows that. That's why you see such a significant response by federal, local, and state officials to respond to this. And that response is really focused on 4 key areas to prioritize how law enforcement is responding to these active shooter situations. First, they want to stop the active shooter in progress. And we, you know, the good thing here is we know that we have at least 1 suspect in custody. We don't know, though, if there are other threats that are out there. Police will quickly work to ascertain if this was a lone actor or if this is a more coordinated attack. The second key thing is rescue victims. You know, we heard that there were victims that were sent to the hospital. We don't know their condition, but it is a priority of law enforcement that after they address the primary threat of the active shooting, that they rescue the victims and provide medical assistance. And the fourth is they need to preserve the crime scene. You know, we don't know how large this is, but if this shooter was moving about buildings and throughout the campus, we may have multiple crime scenes that are in place, and law enforcement needs to secure those for any items of evidentiary value. So there's a lot of things that are going on simultaneously with the law enforcement and medical response right now. But from what I have seen and what has been reported, the response and communications that is coming from law enforcement has been almost textbook, a rapid response. They activated their active shooter protocols. Everyone knew their roles and responsibilities. I'm sure that the incident command structure that is typically established for these type of critical events is in place, and we should be hearing more from law enforcement shortly about the current status of the threat.
And we are hearing more from FSU, the university putting out a statement on social media just moments ago saying, continue to shelter in place. Police have responded to an active shooter call at the student union. They go on to say that all university classes and events scheduled for the day have been canceled. We also have with us retired FBI Special Agent Rob D'Amico, who is following the news alongside us. Rob, I wonder, when you consider what an active shooter at a student union looks like, because there have been so many shootings at institutions of higher learning over the last few years, a lot of these soft targets, as they're called, have been hardened up. But I wonder what you imagine the security is like at a student union at a school the size of FSU.
It's just so hard to secure. I mean, it's students walking in, they have backpacks, they have things that, you can hide a gun in, that you're not going to be able to search everything. So again, when you look at what you can secure, you can't secure everything. You can have really good procedures, which I think the last commenter talked about is they reacted well. And the thing is with universities, with their police departments, they go over these. They do tabletop exercises, and you can start telling now that they all understand the different roles and responsibilities that have to get brought in immediately to this. I think one of the big things is we saw with the Chapel Hill shooting that they did not get word out quick enough that someone was in custody, and you started having students actually jumping out of buildings. So hopefully they tell them to stay in place, because that helps the organization getting witnesses and looking at locking things down, but doing it uniformly and how they do it, but at least telling students that someone is in custody, so they're not panicked and doing things that are actually more dangerous than sitting where they're at. Because that happened, and I think that was one of the after action reports. And I know all these universities are talking to each other that have shootings, and when they do tabletop exercises.
Interesting. When they do tabletop exercises, it's kind of like letting you know that this is kind of like stage, but.
And when they review their policies, that they're getting input for the last ones that happened and best actions that were taken.
We also want to go back to Ryan. I'm going to go back to you. I understand you have some new information about what we're learning. What more are you hearing at this?
And I want to say this, coming off that last commentator, which is basically, let's not forget, FSU had 3 people shot back in 2014 at the library. This is a university that's
3 people shot, 2014. 2014, right? This is the 4th month of 2025. They're going to pay attention to that.
It's paid special attention to trying to deal with active shooters. So just like you said, the massive response there, it is close to the Capitol. I was talking to one of my friends who's on scene there at the student union, and he was actually the source telling me that he was following a blood trail because there was some sort of blood trail that was leading away from the student union. So they are still trying to assess this as we are talking right now, trying to figure out all the pieces and to make sure they have all the victims here. There are a lot of terrified students. Even in the phone call that I had, you could hear people in the background rushing by who were very upset, obviously trying to get away from the scene. So when you add all the pieces together and you know that it's near the state capitol, it's a large university, it's dealt with a shooting back in 2014 before, you can see why there was a massive response, and B, how they got the alerts out very quickly at a campus that's really the lifeblood of that city. When you think about the presence of Florida State, how large it is, and how many people who graduated from that university in that area, there's so many people who work for that university. This really put the entire city on pause when something like this happens.
Important context there. We actually have sound from a witness, a student who shared what they saw. Let's listen.
How are you feeling right now?
Like nervous. I'm scared for my friends. I'm making sure I'm checking up on them, and I just hope everyone's okay and this gets handled soon.
And you said you weren't on campus when the shooting
No,
happened?
I was parking my car, walking back.
She never said that. You see that? You see how you try to. She never said that. Why did he say that? So you said you was on campus? Oh, I'll tell you.
And as I was walking back, I see these group of girls crying, really upset, walking back from the student union, told me they heard gunshots, and they just ran and came back to their apartment where I was walking to.
Yeah. So what's going through your mind seeing that your school has had a shooting?
Honestly, I just hope everyone's okay, and I hope that we can just do better precautions so this doesn't happen again. And I just feel awful for the students on there having to go through these emotions right now, dealing with scared for their lives, honestly. It's really scary.
And you said you had friends on campus at the time?
Yes, right now they're still on campus. They're on lockdown right now.
And you've heard from them, they're doing okay?
Yep. Texted them. They just said they're scared, they're in lockdown, and they just want to go home.
Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I just hope everyone's okay, praying for the people that are injured, and I just hope we can do better in the future.
So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We begin with the deadly mass shooting on the campus of Florida State University in Tallahassee. Tonight, 2 people are dead, 6 wounded, and the alleged shooter is now in custody. Authorities say he's a student and the son of a longtime sheriff's deputy.
Oh, wow. What a coincidence.
Shots fired just before noon near the student union at the heart of the campus. An alert immediately went out. Law enforcement rushing in, the campus on lockdown, students told to shelter in place. Officers tending to the injured and confronting the shooter. Heavily armed officers securing the campus, clearing the buildings one classroom at a time. Students told to drop everything and go, walking away with their hands on their heads. Tonight, investigators and students alike are looking for answers. ABC's Faith Abube leads us off from the scene in Tallahassee.
Tonight, terrifying scenes of officers clearing classrooms at Florida State.
My thing is, when they do that, how would they know where the shooter is at, though? When they do that, when they clear the classroom, it's kind of weird. How would you not know the shooter is not one of the people that's
University. Students with their hands in the air after authorities say a student who is the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy opened fire, killing at least 2 people. Students and staff running from the Student Union building just before noon in the middle of the sprawling campus in Tallahassee.
Before noon,
A chaotic scene at the school as local, state, and federal law enforcement agents race to the scene. Danielle Estridi telling our Terry Moran she saw injured students.
I did see at least one. The law enforcement took that person out on a stretcher and laid them in the street until EMS showed up. There was one person across the way that seemed to get escorted in an office chair with wheels, and they got wheeled down to the street.
Armed officers clearing classrooms one by one.
Listen up real quick. We're trying to get all of you out of here in a timely manner. It's going to be a minute because there's a lot of you.
Holden Mamula describing seeing an officer with a gun.
It didn't feel real the entire time, and then it felt very real when I looked and saw an officer with an assault rifle, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is happening.
A music professor posting this image of the piano she used to barricade the door to her classroom.
I made sure I texted my mom and dad, made sure to let them know I was doing okay.
Luke Holgate is a freshman from Pennsylvania.
We were all just scared to death.
Law enforcement seen shackling the wounded suspect inside an ambulance, who authorities say is Phoenix Eichner, a 20-year-old student at FSU. I
knew it was a white dude because they didn't show his picture yet. They didn't show anything about him. They did at the end of the story. Then they want to announce his ID right at the end of the story.
Son of a sheriff's deputy.
The shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner, and he's a son of a Leon County Sheriff deputy. Our deputy Eichner, has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons.
Oh.
And that was.
How? You know, if you have any guns, whether you're a regular person or a cop or whatever the case is, your guns are supposed to be locked up and concealed. So she's supposed to be charged. She's supposed to definitely get a felony, and she's supposed to be getting, for sure, her gun privilege is supposed to be revoked, no matter if she was a cop, former sheriff or not. That lady should be charged. But look, I don't know. These be staged though a lot of times. So let's go.
One of the weapons that was found at the scene.
President Trump today briefed on the shooting.
Oh, it's a shame. Yeah, you know, when Trump is talking about, the president's talking about, you know, it's fake. Let's go. That fast too, that quick.
It's a horrible thing. Horrible that things like this take place.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, this is the 80th mass shooting so far this year.
Damn, who's keeping count? Do they have a counter or something? Who's keeping count?
The 6th in Florida. And Lindsay, investigators say the suspect ignored repeated commands to drop his weapon, forcing them to shoot him. He's now in custody in the hospital, being treated for
They didn't
non-life
kill him? They shot him but didn't kill him. Okay.
threatening injuries. He has refused to speak with investigators as they try to uncover what allegedly led him to this deadly rampage. Tonight, this campus is closed and the victims are painfully waiting for some answers. Lindsay.
Another campus turned into a crime scene. Faith, thank
See, they kind of telling you, kind of giving themselves away right there. Exactly. What a coincidence. Another shooting on the campus. Wow, these people, man. Messing with you. Oh, it just happens to be a black suspect. Wow, let's go.
Overnight, 17-year-old Tracy Haynes Jr.
Fair use.
surrendered to police hours after he allegedly went on a shooting rampage at a Dallas high school.
You don't talk to nobody.
Shocking new surveillance video showing the moment investigators say Haynes opened fire. According to an arrest affidavit, an unidentified student let the suspect into the school through an unsecured door around 1 p.m. Tuesday. The affidavit says Haynes struck multiple students, adding he approached one student and appeared to take a point-blank shot. The teenager booked on a felony charge of aggravated assault, mass shooting. Under Texas law, he's considered an adult.
One thing he said when we was in my office was, I don't want to get killed.
Anton Lucky, who leads an anti-violence community organization, says he met with the alleged shooter and helped facilitate the teen's surrender.
Did you get any sense of remorse or responsibility?
Yes, I did. I did get that. It was obvious that he had some sense of fear, whether it was from the people he had the altercation with or whether it was some law enforcement.
Jemiah was in English class when chaos broke out.
I was scared.
She says a wounded student walked into her classroom and collapsed.
I'm on the phone with her while she's screaming, and I'm about to cry because I don't know what to tell her.
Meanwhile, earlier today, Dallas Fire Rescue said at least 2 injured students remained hospitalized for observation. Tom?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
We are back to breaking news. This is from overnight, an important update on the shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School. Just a few hours ago, the suspected shooter turned himself in.
Yeah, this is a scene we've been following. You can see the aerial footage from the aftermath of that shooting yesterday. Lacey Beasley joining us live. And Lacey, we know that 3 students were shot, another injured in that shooting on campus. What's the latest, and especially in light of the fact that the shooter has now the alleged shooter has now turned himself in?
Alleged shooter?
Whoa. Madison,
Why'd she stop? Why'd she correct herself and said why'd she say alleged shooter? What was that all about? Uh-oh. That was kind of interesting, right? I know she stopped herself for a second.
Just now learning the name of that suspected shooter, 17-year-old Tracy Haynes. The Dallas Morning News report said he turned himself in with the help of an organization called Urban Specialists, and they advocate against violence. Apparently, a family member called their helpline. Now, here's some video of Haynes surrendering last night in Dallas. Video was taken by Smash to Topic and shared online shows officers cuffing the suspect. Dallas ISD confirmed that the suspect was arrested but did not share any additional details. He's charged with aggravated assault, mass shooting, and is in jail on a $600,000 bond. Now, it's important to note, Dallas ISD police tell us this was a student-on-student shooting, not an intruder. You can imagine the chaos and fear here at Wilmer Hutchins High less than 24 hours ago. Take a listen to some students and parents' reactions shortly after the gunfire.
I heard like 6 shots, and then the teacher ran to the door and closed it and told us to hide in the corner.
He told me they were shooting at the school for me to go up there. So I just jumped up out of the bed.
You can see hundreds of people running across the lawn in panic. According to police, 4 boys were hurt in the shooting. 3 of the 4 were hit with gunfire. The Dallas Fire Department says injuries range in severity from non-life-threatening to serious. We also know the high school does have metal detectors, which every student should pass through at the beginning of each school day. Though during Tuesday evening's press conference, DISD Assistant Police Chief Christina Smith says this was not a failure of safety protocol and the gun got in somehow another way.
How do you look? This is how you know the story is really suspect. If there's metal detectors, how do you get the gun in another way? I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm confused. Which way? How did he get it in? If he's in custody, let us know.
Did not come through during regular intake time, so it was not a failure of our staff, of our protocol.
It sounds like some BF. What? Give me some more details. What time did he come in? What happened? How did he get the gun in? I don't want to talk. I don't want to hear you talk about it's not on y'all. Give me some information about how he got in there.
Or of the machinery that we have.
Wow.
The district says there will be no class here through the end of the week, and there will be mental health experts for students and staff who need them. Carmen, Madison.
All right, Lacey, a story with a lot of moving parts. We're going to be on top of all of those continuing.
Didn't they just say that about the other story? Hold up, y'all. Well, let's get this from another listener. Let's get this from another angle.
We are learning new information about where the accused school shooter went after firing shots inside Wilmer Hutchins High School. Dallas Fire Rescue says 4 students had gunshot wounds. Good evening, I'm Steve Eager.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes. So this is the Dallas County Jail intake video for 17-year-old Tracy Haynes Jr. He's now facing several felony charges.
Why is he not handcuffed? Could somebody tell me why he's not? Please tell me why he's not handcuffed. Anybody answer me that question? How come he doesn't have cuffs on?
Just today, we heard from a man who says Haynes flagged him down a few miles from the school and asked for a ride. Fox 4's Lori Brown joins us now live from Dallas with a story that you will see only here on Fox 4. Lori.
Heather, Milton Nieto says that he is thankful that he and no one else was hurt after the school shooting, not knowing that a gunman was on the loose. He says he had no idea that the teen he thought he was trying to help had allegedly just shot 4 students.
As I was crossing the railroad track, there was a young man that looked like he was in distress. He's panicking, waving cars down.
Milton Nieto decided to try to help the 17-year-old who turned out to be Tracy Haynes Jr., now charged in the mass shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School.
He got in the truck and he said he had just been in a wreck. I need to get to my dad is what he said. Help me out, please.
It happened on Pleasant Run, just a few miles from the high school. Nieto did not know that just 30 minutes earlier, there had been a school
30 minutes. Listen to it. 30 minutes, baby. Come on now.
Shooting.
I said, all right, come on, I'll help you out. I'll take you, to your dad around the corner.
But then his story changed.
Somebody finally sent him an address and he said, here, this is where I need to go. Once he gave me the address and I saw it, I just figured, hey, I can't take you this far. I got to get back to work.
Nieto says he took Haynes to the Chevron station on Avila Road in Red Oak and saw that he found someone else to take him where he wanted to go in Waxahachie. As a precaution, Nieto called police. 4 hours after the shooting, Dallas ISD revealed the shooter was still on the loose.
When we turned on the news and saw you pointed at a wooded area, that's when things just started clicking.
Nieto called Lancaster.
Hold up. That was mad suspect right there. That was super suspect. We turned on the news and we see, so you just happen to turn on the same news that interviewed you. Wow. What a coincidence. It just happened to be Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth. That's the same news that you was tuning into. Wow. That's very interesting. I guess there is such thing as coincidences. Wow. Yep, facts. Red state, Trump is in office. I can see that. I see it.
Pastor police back who came to his office and showed him a photo of the suspect.
Once I saw the picture that they were showing me, everything made a match, and my heart just started beating a million miles per hour.
Knowing things could have taken a dangerous turn.
And they asked me, "Did you see a weapon?" And I was like, "Oh my God, no." But he did have a hoodie that he was carrying like this.
Hours later at 9 p.m., Haynes finally turned himself in. The video captured by social media live streamer Smash the Topic. After Haynes was booked, details emerged from the arrest affidavit matching surveillance images from the school obtained by Fox 4. According to the document,
they got him with his hands behind his back with no cuffs on, making it look like he had cuffs on. But the first scene, he didn't have no cuffs on.
An unidentified student let Haynes in an unsecured door at 1:03 p.m. He began firing at students.
That's how you know this is fake too, because even if you don't say the student's name, why is the kid not in jail? Because that's an accessory to murder, right? See, that's what I'm saying. We don't ask questions. That's an accessory to murder. Shouldn't that kid be in jail? Damn, we don't think. 1 to 3. You hear the time? 1 to 3. Check it out.
He began firing at students indiscriminately, approaching one student who was unable. He began firing at an unidentified student let Haynes in an unsecured door at 1:03 p.m.
1:03.
He began firing at students indiscriminately, approaching one student who was unable to run and appearing to take a point-blank shot. Dallas Fire Rescue says
the grainy ass video, 2025, super grainy video. Wow. That shit look like some shit Nintendo. That look like some Nintendo footage. You know how them games look, Nintendo's games look back in the day? That look like some Mario Brothers looking type shit. Damn, that's crazy.
Students were treated for gunshot injuries, none believed to be life-threatening. Dallas ISD did not address the issue of door security at a media briefing Tuesday afternoon, but Craig Miller, former Dallas ISD police chief and now a school safety expert, pointed to one solution at another district that experienced a mass shooting.
To audibly alarm all the exterior doors, put a camera at those exterior doors so that you know who's coming and who's going in and out of those doors when they shouldn't be.
Dallas ISD has not yet responded to our questions about if they know who opened the door for Haynes and if that student is going to face any charges. They also have not answered our questions about why it took 4 hours to tell the public that
a real situation, they would have locked him up. You would already knew. You the damn media. You would already knew that little motherfucker got locked up for opening the side door or whatever the fuck it is. They make it seem like this is a nightclub or something. It's a school. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's seen nothing. They don't got no cameras at that side door. On the side, the side door outside or in front of the side door, there's no camera. I don't know. I guess I asked too many questions. I don't know, man. One more. Let me get one more angle now. Let me try to see. Look, and what? Look, I ain't got no whistle names on, no handcuffs. Wow. All right, so let's get this from one more angle, man. One more. All right. One more angle.
Police say the suspect responsible for a school shooting in Southeast Dallas yesterday is now behind bars, and the district has not given details about how that gun made it to campus or the circumstances leading up to the shooting.
Fox 4's Peyton May live this morning from Wilmer Hutchins High School with the latest on the investigation. Peyton.
Yes, Brandon. Tracy Haynes Jr. inside school through an unsecured door around 1 yesterday afternoon. Police say he opened fire at a group of male students, striking 5 people. Dallas Fire Rescue took 4 to the hospital, saying 1 had serious injuries and the rest were non-life-threatening. This is the second time a shooting has happened at the school in just over a year, and parents are frustrated.
And I'm thinking about taking them out and putting them in homeschool.
So yeah, they're kind of telling on themselves, right? And 2, how does it? I thought it had metal detectors. How are so many shootings occurring at the school if the school got metal detectors? Wow. Ooh, wow. Things to make you go home. You know what I'm saying? Things to make you go home. Damn.
Because it's something I can't keep going through this as a parent.
The last thing anyone thinks when they're bringing their children to school, whether it's a high school or whether your spouse or significant other is going to work, is to think that these things are happening. But they do happen, and they shouldn't be happening.
Oh, do they?
Police don't know the motive for the shooting. Haynes is charged with 4 counts of aggravated.
I thought the other story said it was a shooting on student on student. And it, why didn't y'all ask the little dude, man? Why didn't they ask him already? Why didn't they integrate him and ask him and give y'all the scoop, man? Y'all the media, man. That lets you know these stories don't be what they be saying, man.
Assault mass shooting. His bond is set at $600,000. Now, school is canceled for the rest of the week, and counselors will be available on campus for students and staff who need more support. School will resume next Tuesday. Reporting live in Dallas, Peyton May for Good Day.
All right, Peyton, thanks. Tuesday's shooting is the second outbreak of gun violence at Wilmer Hutchins High School in just over a year. April 12th of last year, police.
Wow. Hold up. They kind of tell him. Whoa. Okay, hold up now. April 12th of last year. Wow. And this happened the other day, right? Damn. Hold up. This happened on Tuesday, right? So this happened on the 14th, and then last year it happened on the 12th. Y'all don't think that's kind of weird? I don't know, man.
You say 17-year-old Jakarian Rhodes Ewing shot a classmate in the leg after getting a gun past a metal detector.
How do you get a gun past a metal detector? Can anybody? Is there? I mean, I'm not that. I wasn't that good of a criminal to where I could pull off something. That's what even Arnold Schwarzenegger in Total Recall couldn't even pull that shit off. How do you get a gun past a metal detector? And you're a 17-year-old kid. I mean, is this dude MacGyver or something? Is he like, you know what I'm saying? Hannibal Smith from the A-Team? Damn, he's good.
District said the student's bag was not properly checked by staff. Rhodes
I thought
Ewing
they had
has
a metal detector though. What the staff is not a metal detector. A metal detector is the shit that goes beep 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 beep. When there's some metal, the motherfucker walks to, and the shit beeps. So what is it? What? His bag wasn't properly checked. I thought that he got the shit through the metal detector. So once the metal detector detects the metal, it beeps and makes a sound. So how do you get it through? How was it a failure to not detect it in his bag when that shit would have beeped when he walked through?
The hearing in Dallas County Criminal Court next Tuesday. Stay with Fox 4 as we learn more about this developing story. You can also find the latest online at fox4news.com.
Oh my God. Wow. All right, so man, so you know what I'm saying? Let me play some stuff I've been sharing out, man. I'm sharing out too much. All right, let's get Zach Hubbard in here. Let me play Zach Hubbard gematria effect. Let me play this. He breaks it down. Check it out.
Maybe if we should disarm anybody, it should be the military and police. Because after all, we know none of these people are standing up for our rights and liberties and using the Second Amendment for what it was intended for, to overthrow tyrants. Good God. Remember Anderson Pooper Scooper after SH? He was up there with a supposed drawing of the owl at the campus not too far from Skull and Bones, saying, oh, look at this drawing here from this second grader of an owl. And it says, wouldn't it be nice if only police could have guns?
Wow.
It'd be nice if I could kick your head down the street like a soccer ball, you sorry. I'm going to cut it off there, but
where guns have been
the son of the sheriff's deputy, you guys, come on. And by the way, isn't the NFL draft just days away? And isn't it Neon Dion, the Florida State alumni? Isn't his son supposed to go up at the top of the draft? And then Lee Corso retired today, Florida State alumni and former football coach. And if you missed all my work on how this is all tied up with the most famous Seminole ever, Osceola, better check that out again one more time. It's 77 days after his death anniversary, and Florida State equals 77 the small way. He died in the time of the Indian Removal Act, which happened 194 years ago. Florida State and Tallahassee both.
It's supposed to be a black, and it's a black suspect. Pay attention. No, I don't think this one's a black suspect. The other one, but no, he's right. Pay attention. The Seminoles, Osceola.
Equal 194 the big way. I mean, this is major league ritualism right here, Truth Seeker. On 17/4, right after Florida turns 174, when that FF term equates to 174. Terminology comes from pirates, like the people who came over here and genocided the Seminoles. And they got to say on Tennessee Avenue, wasn't that the College World Series last year? Florida State, Tennessee. Come on, man. How much ritualism is there? Didn't the nearby Florida Gators just win the championship too? Come on, man. You know it's all ritual. RIP to the victims. We got to get more truth seekers in this world. Florida State, get this knowledge out there. Be the first campus to make gematria essential learning so we can end the tyranny took place at your campus today. Until next time, truth seeker.
Damn. Salute. Salute. You know what I'm saying? Salute Zach Hubbard, man. You feel me? Y'all check him out. Gematria Effects. You know what I'm saying?
Our deepest condolences go out to.
If you missed my live stream on the FSU mass shooting of 17th of April, 17/4, like 174. Notice the year back in the background for the state of Florida, 1851, March 3rd establishment date. The state just turned 174 years old. And of course, that FF word, FALSE, FLAG, has that gematria value of 174. And to make a long story short, the most famous Seminole is Osceola, who stood up against the Indian Removal Act of Andrew Jackson. Today is 77 days after his January 30th death anniversary. Florida State, the small way, equates to 77. The Indian Removal Act happened 194 years ago. Florida State, the big way, equals 194, like Tallahassee. Think about how perfect that is. And then we know the other number they put in all these shootings, 33. Today's 33 days after Andrew Jackson's birthday, who was responsible for the Indian Removal Act. In gematria, Indian, police, masonry, secrecy, federal order, they all equate to 33. If you want more information, check out the live stream I put out earlier. But yeah, it's another sick joke. It's another tribute to history. It's more news by the numbers. And speaking of news by the numbers, it's the 107th day of the year. And shooting equals 107. We got to change the world for our little sweetie pies. Like this one right here. Hey, sweetie pie. Oh, yeah. Give that camera a smack. All right, True Seeker. Thanks to everyone who hits the like and the share. And until next time.
Damn. Respect, man. Salute Zach Hubbard. You know what I'm saying? Gematria Effects, check them out. Damn, that was good. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into this. What's the name? Let's get into this Carmelo Anthony, man. Let me see if he has one. Carmelo Anthony. Hold up. Let's see. I think. Damn, hold up, y'all. Let me see. Get the likes up, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I got some stuff. I just want. We got some, man. We got some more stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's all this going on, man. All this stuff going on at one time, man. The likes up. Check this out. Hold up.
Our Tara Molina is live outside the Cook County Courthouse where the CTA worker appeared in court. Tara, still no word from the CTA on this.
Erica and Joe, nothing from the CTA. And remember, all of this happened on Saturday evening. We confirmed via public records before this court hearing, the man charged with a felony in this case is a CTA employee. He works for the city's transit agency. The family of the man killed calling for more transparency today. 61-year-old John Flemister shot in the head and killed Saturday evening outside the CTA Blue Line UIC Halstead station in what police called a shootout. He was on his way home from work.
He fought in the Vietnam War. He didn't been fighting for our country. He finally got to the point where he's living in the West Loop. He's living comfortably.
That's Flemister's niece, Sabrina Holton. She says her uncle was a veteran, a family man, and worked as a doorman at this West Loop condo building where she says residents adored him. They hosted a vigil in his honor this week.
They set that visual up. We didn't set that visual up. They the ones that went the extra mile.
24-year-old Luther Hopkins III is charged in the deadly shooting, appearing in court today, facing felony unlawful possession of a weapon charges. But after days of reaching the CTA without a response, we've confirmed Hopkins worked for the transit agency, according to public payroll records. He was a CTA customer service assistant. In court, prosecutors detailed an argument that continued between Hopkins and Flemister at the Blue Line station, where Hopkins was working behind the desk. The argument continued outside the station and on the pedestrian bridge, threatening each other verbally and with weapons, ultimately both firing shots. The judge said Hopkins acted in self-defense. Holton tells us Flemister's family doesn't understand why CTA spokespeople haven't said a word.
I didn't know that CTA station agents or whatever they call were armed.
Also telling me they don't believe the police description of the deadly shooting. Telling me the police report says her uncle, a FOID card and concealed carry holder, pulled out his weapon first after being confronted for not paying a toll. They're demanding transparency from the city and the CTA.
The story don't add up. It's been a lot of stories, and we want them to release the footage.
The judge ordering Hopkins have no contact with Flemister's family or the CTA, understanding he worked there. Prosecutors said they talked to CTA attorneys who supported no contact. Now, this hearing just wrapped up. I checked back in with Flemister's family. They said that the fact the judge is calling this self-defense only doubles up their ask for transparency and to see the video in this case. The judge also ordering that Hopkins surrender his guns and FOID card within 24 hours now. Still, again, no response from the CTA.
Wow. Interesting. All right, so let me see. Interesting, man, y'all. Rest in peace to the brother, man. All right, so let me see. We got the Jenny Jones clip. The old school Jenny Jones.
Just be aware of this. Black people invented the traffic signal, air conditioning, refrigerator, hearing aid, lawnmower, fountain pen, wrench, clothes dryer. The first steam engine was invented by a black person, but they couldn't patent it because he was a slave. So go to our website. You can check. Just be aware.
For Shiggity, man. We're the Alpha and Omega, you know what I'm saying? So look how goofy. I mean, so look, let me see. I got a couple of stories, man. Let me see. Let's go to this one right here, man. Got some stories. Shout out to this dude, Amazing Lucas. Check him out.
I would argue that if I were to give you two names, Carmelo Anthony and Nikita Kassev, that the vast majority of y'all would know who Carmelo Anthony is and not know who in the world Nikita Kassev was. And I just find that interesting, okay? For me, I just find that absolutely mind-blowing, just fascinating, okay? Because Carmelo Anthony had a $1 million bail and Nikita Kassev had a $1 million bail. Now, we all know what happened with Carmelo Anthony, him claiming self-defense. Regardless if you believe him or not, that's his story. When we have Nikita Kassev, well, let's just say it's not self-defense. let's just go and say that, all right? Carmelo Anthony is black. Nikita Kassev, that's correct. You guessed it, white. Now, Nikita Kassev, he came from a broken household. He was an orphan. He had to fight every day. He then, went to school, and none of that is true. None of that is true. This man, this boy, he came from a loving two-parent household, all right? And the reason why I say that is because you know how much they want to talk about, well, it's a single-parent household with the black people. It's a single-parent house. As I've said before, as I've said ad nauseum, that the stark contrast is if that's what they want to say, the vast majority of the criminals that happen to be white males come from a loving two-parent household, that come from a middle or upper-class upbringing. Just so we're clear, okay? These aren't impoverished white kids going up and, shooting up the schools. That's not what's happening, all right? These aren't impoverished white kids going up and chopping off heads, and that's not what's happening. So I just want to be clear that when it comes to black youth, we can go down the list when it comes to the school-to-prison pipeline. We can go when it comes to education, when it comes to income disparity. We can go through healthcare disparity. We can go a litany of things and explain, okay, this is why that may have been a factor here and there. That's not the same for little Timmy. Okay, that's not the same for little Nikita. Damn. Now, Nikita, I'm just going to tell you what Nikita did. Nikita happened to Thanos snap both of his parents. That's correct. He happened to Thanos snap both of his parents. And the reason why is because he thought that would help him with his financial endeavor. And what he was trying to do was buy a drone and buy explosives, all right? That's what this little domestic terrorist was trying to do. This little white ignorant was trying to do. And the reason being is because he also had a manifesto. And in this manifesto, he was pro-Hitler, all right? Very pro-Hitler, white supremacist, white nationalist. And he wanted to do this to save the white race from, his words, Jewish politicians. Now, I don't know what to, did I not have a video talking about this? Did I not have a live stream talking about how there's this youth, this undereducated youth who is being exploited? That's why when you have people, whether it's Nick Fuentes, whether it's, Steven Crowder, whether it's any of these other individuals who are promoting this drivel, whether, these, I would say, these bad actors who are promoting this filth to the white youth, whether it's Charlie Kirk, okay, talking about DEI, I don't want to get on the...
A lot of them is CIA plants, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, a lot of that shit is controlled opposition, man. That's all that shit is bullshit.
Playing because it's a black pilot. Listen, these white youth, these white ignorants are extremely impressionable. And it doesn't take very much to go down this rabbit hole and then they lose all hope. Okay, they become doomers. They thinking, oh, I'm not going to get a white girl because, the Jewish propaganda is telling them to get with black and brown people. Oh, and then the schools, I'm going to be discriminated against. And they build up, it's like the meme. They build up this fortress of fear of things that haven't happened and will never happen. and they just live in this constant fear. Roland Martin wrote a great book about it, White Fear. And because they are in such a state of fear, they lash out. They lose their minds. And unfortunately, these youth are going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Because once they start looking at, as far as the mental health situation, how they're skyrocketed per capita, when you start looking at the demographics, how it's declining, the birth rates for them per capita, astronomical numbers, and everything starts to add up, and they can't help but get into this fight or flight scenario. Their body gets crippled by fear. So then you have people like this, as we saw before in Buffalo, 2 white boys. This is what happens to them, and they get radicalized. And now we have a whole bunch of domestic terrorists. Hence why the FBI said that, hey, these white supremacy groups are some of the most dangerous because they are radicalized.
Don't make a profile, though. It was the profile.
The poor white youth into thinking that they're victims. This narrative that the Republican Party, the right, is promoting and indoctrinating these white kids is a mindset of victimhood. That, hey, woe is me. There's nothing I can do because of.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what it is. But then they try to flip it around on you and make it seem like you talking about reparations or you talking about whatever the case is or something about your people, that's being a victim. Hey, y'all got to peep that out. They ain't slick.
Jews. That's the mindset that they have. And they're like, well, it's the Jews that are controlling the blacks, that are making them hate us because they hate us because we're white. That's why because we're better than them. I'm telling you, it's a severely twisted mindset that he got, bro. And it's sad because a lot of them are, as I've said before, they all have some type of deformity about them, whether it's mentally or physically. And it's unfortunate because they lose all hope. And they go down this rabbit hole, and this is what happens. And then they get into the Nazi and everything. They get into Nazi splaining, and Hitler wasn't that bad. And, well, how many Jews actually did happen in the Holocaust? All this goofy stuff, bro. All this goofy stuff. That if they simply just worked out, weren't weirdos, and had a social life, all that would disappear. All that would disappear. As I've said before, Black men, you are responsible. Okay, you are responsible for the decline of this country. We are responsible for people like Nikita. You have got to adopt an incel. That is your job in this country. Every Black man out there, you have got to adopt an incel. All right, an incel a day keeps the domestic terrorists away. That's how that works, bro.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Because if they were busy, being cool and popular and doing good with women and making money, they wouldn't be worrying about Hitler. They wouldn't be worrying about, white supremacy. They wouldn't be worrying about the Jews. They wouldn't be worrying about that, bro. They'd be worrying about, how do I get a business, bro? How do I make Jewish friends so I can get into the pipeline and get into their, their manufacturing and everything? They'd be worrying about their upline and their downline. That's what they'd be worrying about. But instead,
I mean, they are powerful though. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, they do, you know what I'm saying? I think it's all of them, to be honest with you. I hold all of them accountable, you know what I'm saying?
And these mofos is got fear on their mind, bro. You have a duty in this country to adopt the incel because you see what happens. Huh? To top off this stupid Sunday is that this mofo did all this in hopes of assassinating President Trump. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. This is all what he was planning to do. He already did the first half of Thanos snapping the parents. You tell me why he got $1 million bail as the same as Carmelo Anthony. You explain that one to me, huh? I'm not making it racial. I'm just making an observation. How are those two the same? It doesn't make any sense to me. But nevertheless, nevertheless, I want you to understand that when you have a Nikita Kassev, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, that they'll probably argue that, hey, he's not mentally, it's a mental health issue. That's what it is. It's always that. It's never having to do as far as.
When it comes down to them, it is. When it comes down to you, hell no. You're just a thug. That's just naturally how you are. You're a savage. You're this and that, Double standard, man. That's why I don't go with that.
Him being the poster child or the representation of the group. Do you ever notice that? When you have a Carmelo Anthony, well, he's a representation of all Black people. All right. Well, look at him. That's just how they are. When you have someone like Nikita Kassev, it's like, well, something probably happened to him. He's a poor kid. Something he'd probably just snap. They have all the excuses. All right. As Paul Mooney would say, You know, you have Nikita Kasem says, what happened to you? Well, you know, I just went off because I got depressed and, I just deleted the family. That's what happened. And the judge goes, oh, okay, I understand. We'll have to study that. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe you're going through some things. But yeah, we're going to put you on, house arrest. That's what we're going to do, okay, until we figure it out. And then you have the black person who's like, they were kept messing with me. I defended myself. That's what it is. I told them, hey, touch me and see what happens. And that's what they did. And, so I defended myself. That's what happens. And the judge goes, oh, really, nigga? Is that what happened? Yeah, you were defending yourself. That's right. Okay, yeah. Well, you're going to have to defend yourself in prison, okay, from Bubba, all right, who's been eyeing you, because we're going to give you life. Bam! And hits the gavel.
Damn, facts.
Wake up, nigga.
That's what happens. It's just that's what happens. You'll never hear them talk about, hey, it's a cultural problem with white people. It's never a cultural problem with them, right? It's always, well, this is an individual. This is the individual. It's always that. That's always the case with them. Because if we were to treat this the same way they treat our black victims, we would simply say, well, it seems that there's a certain group of people based off of pattern recognition that seem to be low IQ and have low impulse control and also seem to be susceptible to conspiracy theories. That's what it seems to be. And it seems that these people are a threat to the populace. That's what it seems. It seems that they're a threat to civilization in and of itself. I mean, what type of person goes to a grocery store and starts just airing it out, right? What type of person just offs the parents like this? Do y'all remember that one individual, that one dude who had his father's his head, he was holding it? Do y'all remember that? And he had it on camera? Do y'all remember that? Mum's a word, right? Nothing about culture, nothing about, what's wrong with these people? They need to be locked up. They're savages. They're animals, okay? They're so violent. Nothing about that.
Nope.
So I just find it very interesting, just the contrast when it comes to covering certain individuals and then other individuals. So just putting that out there. But yeah, when it comes to this kid, I think this story is egregious. I think everyone should know Nikita Kasem. They should definitely know him more than Carmelo Anthony. But this is how the country works.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. We choose to be here, and we understand this is how the country works. They will always downplay their violence, their corruption, their evil, their wickedness, as I say, lineage of evil, and they will always upplay ours, even though they're the ones that are responsible for us being in this situation. Because once again, they never want to take responsibility. Never. That's the lineage of evil. That's what they do. They smack you and then claim victim when you hit them back. That's how that works. So I just wanted to put this out there just so we have, just a reference, okay? A reference of how they treat a white 17-year-old and how they treat a black.
Facts. Good point. I think that case is still going on to this day right now. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me get into that. Hold on. I think. I think I sent that off. Hold on. But why would they give him the same bail like they gave Carmelo Anthony? You see that it's all a psyop. You know what I'm saying? This is psyops. This is to, you know what I'm saying, to just to play. And a lot of these white people fall for this shit all the time, every time. This is just a play, you know what I'm saying, just to basically to criminalize Carmelo Anthony and uncriminalize this guy right here. You see what I'm saying? To victimize him and give him some kind of, to make it to where people give him sympathy and empathy. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Interesting, man. Let's go. These people are sick, man. Let's to overthrow the government. He unalived his family, and what's wrong with these people, man? But then we're still the face of criminality, and they not. So pay attention to that. Oh, wow. Allegedly, they put allegedly shot it. You know dang well he come on, allegedly. Wow. Nobody's really talking about him, huh? It's kind of interesting. This dude did all that and man, unalive his parents and everything. Wow. All right, so interesting. Let me see. Wow. All right, so let me see. There's another. Let me see. Where's the other kid? Damn, let me find it. Damn. I got to type this one up. I'm going to have to type it up. Hold on. Yeah, Dawson, that's funny, man. No, that's not funny. Tranquilizing the alligators and having sex with them, man. That's sick. Hold up. We got. You know what? Hold up, Dawson. Let me hold up for a second. There was a let me see. Spelling off. No, not this. Damn, there's another case. Let me play this real quick. This just popped up.
Putting that suspect at the scene of the crime through cell phone location data. Also this afternoon, DePaul University officials are confirming that the suspect, 20-year-old Adam Erkin, is not a DePaul student. He's been charged with 2 counts of hate crime and 2 counts of aggravated battery following an incident outside the university's student center last November. That's where 2 Jewish students, Max Long and Michael Kaminsky, were advocating for Israel and engaging with fellow classmates. It's when prosecutors say Erkin approached them wearing a ski mask and began arguing. Court documents go on to say that a second man, also wearing a ski mask, attacked Long from behind, punching him in the back of the head and beating him on the ground. Officials say Erkin then attacked Kaminsky.
Why they have the same clothes on? They had the same clothes on?
Both offenders fled the area. One still is not charged, but Erkin had his first court appearance today. In a statement, a spokesperson with DePaul said in part, acts of hate and violence have no place at DePaul.
That's how you know this is all scripted and this is all staged, because Trump, they was doing all this stuff with Trump, and then he deported the kid on accident. Remember, just like recently, you know what I'm saying? One of them universities, I forget what university it was. He Harvard or something like that. He threatened to funding or something like that for anti-Semitism. This is all a play. This is all one big play. And then look at all these events that have been happening on campuses. It's like the Florida State thing that just happened today. And then the thing that happened the other day at school. Come on, like this is stuff. This is really good. This is getting kind of out of control, man. These people running these psyops and these plays, man. This is getting kind of running on the people for agendas to pass laws. Because remember, when you pass laws, money and funding comes with that. You feel what I'm saying? Contracts come with that. You feel what I'm saying? It's not just a law and then there it is, they pass it, and that's not, you know what I'm saying? There's conditions and stipulations when it comes down to these laws. You feel me?
We condemn anti-Semitism in all forms and stand in solidarity with those affected by this reprehensible act. Now, Long and Kaminsky have filed a lawsuit against
the other university the other day, like I said, for that anti-Semitism, or not, excuse me, withheld funding. There we go. I'm telling you, are threatening to what? This is all script, man. This stuff is scripted, boy. This stuff is scripted. I mean, I hope y'all see the play. You know, which is a play. Let's go.
Paul, claiming that the university did not do enough to protect its Jewish students. That suspect has his next court date.
What do you mean they didn't do enough to protect them? What were they supposed to do? I mean, I don't understand. They're supposed to get special treatment? Are they supposed to have a security force? See, this is how you know it's staged, because why would they, if they didn't know something was going to happen, why would they have extra protection if they didn't know anything was going to happen? That y'all kind of telling us that this stuff is staged because, they were scrutinized for not having extra security. What? How would they even know anything was going to happen? Why would they need extra security?
Next week, reporting live at DePaul, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
That stuff is so scripted. Then you can't make it up, man. Let's one more
The
angle.
Cook County State's Attorney's Office tells the I-Team tonight prosecutors have now approved charges of aggravated battery and hate crime against Adam Erkin. Prosecutors say he attacked and beat 2 Jewish students at DePaul late last year, leaving them with a concussion and broken wrist.
Max Long and Michael Kaminsky feel a little bit safer for the first time in months.
I think there is a little sigh of relief knowing that one of the two violent perpetrators who went out of their way to attack 2 Jewish students is now off the streets for the time being.
Prosecutors with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office say the alleged attacker, who's now locked up, is Adam Erkin. The 20-year-old man is charged with 2 counts of aggravated battery and 2 counts of hate crime against Max and Michael. November 6th, the pair of friends and DePaul University students, one of them an Israeli soldier, were staged outside the University Student Center advocating for conversation about the Israel-Hamas war when video shows the violent attack. 2 masked men beat and knocked the ground.
Really felt exposed, isolated, and attacked physically and, and psychologically.
Now, more than 5 months later, police have now arrested Adam Erkin, a 20-year-old man from the northwest suburbs.
That just proves that there was 5 months of looking over our shoulder every single day, and what Max and I continue to do, because we know that there's still another perpetrator out there.
Attorneys Jacqueline Clark and Gerard Felitti with the Lawfare Project are representing the pair in its lawsuit against DePaul University after the attack.
These are 2 individuals who were targeted on their.
How'd they catch the other guy but not the other guy? You know what I'm saying? Can anybody answer me that question? I know. That makes sense? I know. Could anybody answer me that question?
Campus simply for being Jewish, for advocating for the Jewish people. So they've been living in fear, and the fact that these 2 suspects have remained at large for over 5 months has certainly contributed greatly to that fear.
Now, Max Long and Michael Kaminsky say their second assailant needs to be caught and charged, and the conversation on campus needs to change.
Erkin is expected to appear before a Cook County judge on these charges for the first time tomorrow morning. Tonight, the I-Team has reached out to DePaul University for any comment on the arrest, but we've not heard back.
Yeah, man, you got a lot of scripted stuff going on. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
A lot of scripted stuff. You know what I'm saying? This stuff is kind of interesting. All right. Hold up. Oh, right here. What a coincidence.
$2.2 billion in grant money for Harvard, and now demanding an apology.
You see, but you see what just happened though? They just had that attack, right? And then this happens. You see how scripted this stuff is? I mean, I hope y'all know this stuff is staged, man. Let's go back real quick. Let's go back. Hold up. Damn it, how come it's not letting me? Shit. Oh, because I opened up another tab, damn it. Hold up. We'll go back after this, but look.
From the school to have the grants unfrozen.
I'm telling y'all.
And just to watch a little bit of this.
Y'all share this out, get the likes up, man.
Secretary.
I'm telling y'all, man.
And then I will unveil the ritual that is unfolding before the American people's eyes.
When it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. There were professors who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president of the university saying bullying harassment depends on the context.
How would you know that these people are Jewish, though? How would you know these? How would anybody know? Come on, man. We're more intelligent than this, man.
You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and the disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates.
Okay. So a lot of people in the truth community would say that this is definitive proof that the teeny tiny caps run the show. Donald Trump going out of his way to freeze funds to one of the best known schools in the United States of America. Again, what I've been educating about is how it's not those teeny tiny hats. It's the people who use them almost as if a magician uses a distraction with one hand while they perform the trick with the other. And if you know what to look for, you can see through who's really running the show. Just like if you know the magic trick, you can understand how it's performed. So the Jesuits, again, when this nation was being founded, there were no warnings about teeny tiny hats overthrowing the nation or taking over the nation or running the nation, but there were warnings from founders such as Jefferson and Adams, who both were concerned about the Jesuits coming out of suppression and subverting the nation. And again, it is the Jesuits that have subverted the nation and are behind this latest little stunt with the White House and Harvard over supposedly anti-Semitism. Notice, the current head of Harvard is Rakesh Khurana, if that's how his name is pronounced. His birthday was the 4th anniversary since the JFK assassination. November 22nd, 1967, he was born. And if you don't know about JFK's remarks about Jesuit Ivy, made those remarks at the Jesuit University Boston College, not too far from Harvard, should look into that. But there's a really interesting pattern here. From his November 22nd birthday to yesterday, Monday, when the grant money was frozen, April 14th, the anniversary of the Lincoln assassination. Again, Lincoln blamed the Civil War on the Jesuits. In our history books, it's been scrubbed from the history books about the assassin who got away, the Jesuit John Surratt, whose mother was executed because he was protected by the Vatican. But anyway, April 14th, infamous day in history. And that date can be written 14/4, like 144. Yesterday was the 144th day of Rakesh's age. Today, the day that Trump demands an apology, Donald Trump, who's Jesuit educated, who went to Fordham, today is 144 days after Rakesh's birthday. And you could also say it's the 145th day of his age. I'll come back to that point. But just starting with the 144, remember, in Gematria, Jesuit order equals 144, as does the United States of America. And don't forget that the Jesuits came out of suppression 144 days after the sitting president's birthday, who was James Madison at the time. And day after day, you see these 144 rituals performed by the Jesuits. With regards to JFK, when he died on November 22nd, it was 144 days from his meeting with the Pope. And then his brother died, and it was at 1:44 in the morning. And then years later in 2023, his son files to run for president 144 days after the Superior General's birthday. Shortly after the death of Trump's ex-wife, 144 days after her own birthday. And it reminds of when Donald Trump posed next to Pope Francis at the Vatican when he became president the first time. That was back on May 24th, 2017, the 144th day of the year. If you're new here, this practice of coding numbers into words, which comes from Kabbalah, gematria or gematria, it's pronounced all these different ways because it's such a foreign word. Within English, I learned about this from the book The Secret Teachings of All Ages, published by Manly P. Hall in 1926. There's 4 ciphers of the English language: the alphabetic order, the reverse alphabetic order, and both orders with numerology applying. Jesuit order equates to 144. It also equates to 72. And think about JFK, who met with the Pope on July 2nd, 72, and who died a span of 144 days later. It goes with the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, becoming Pope on the 72nd day of the year, March 13th, 2013. It goes with the fact that the title President Trump equals 72, who was Jesuit educated. President Biden equates to 72 and 144, also Jesuit educated. And don't forget, Jesuit Georgetown simulated that he would beat Trump in 2020 on June 12th, 144 days before the November 3rd election. Yeah, and just about Trump's ex-wife dying 144 days after her birthday. Don't forget that she died exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit ignatian year on the same day that Trump said he would run in the upcoming election, which was the 60th. Now he can't stop fighting with 60 minutes. And it goes back to the history of the Jesuits, their first decade with the Roman Catholic Church. Their order was limited to 60 members. Donald Trump also has that gematria value of 60. But yeah, just another big fat 144. And again, you look at the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, it has the Jesuit encoding in its name. And, you know, there's a reason they put Greenblatt in on the 201st day of the year, and the Pope's the first Jesuit Pope and the first lives in Suite 201 in the Vatican. And it goes back to Catherine the Great preserving the order with 201 Jesuit priests. And it connects to James Madison being the only 201 president who was sitting in office when the Jesuits came out of suppression. Again, there's layers to this, but the point is, you learn this little Kabbalistic code, you realize it is the Jesuits who gave us the calendar that says this ritual goes down April 14th and 15th. And again, the Jesuits gave us the calendar and the language at the end of the 16th century. As we know it, they standardized the 26-letter alphabet. It's very obvious that they put this Kabbalistic system into place. Again, the church had secured this knowledge of Kabbalah in the time of the Crusades with the Templars. That's why the Templar cross in the middle of the Jesuit order's logo. But yeah, just one other point. Again, as I said earlier, today is 144 days after the dean's birthday. You could also say it's the 145th day of his age. Don't forget that Catholic equates to 145. And there's 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament, the Jewish section of the Bible. 145. It goes with Israel, the Jewish nation, being created on the 14th day of the 5th month, and David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister, his name having a gematria value of 145. Don't forget, he died 201 days after the anniversary of Israel's establishment. Like State of Israel equates to 201, like the Jesuit order equates to 201. And if you're new here, Ignatius of Loyola equates to 201. Their founder, the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, his birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, is 201. There's a reason for all these numbers. In the Hebrew study of letters and numbers, 201 has to do with enlightenment, knowledge. And again, the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati and called it Order of Illuminati, which equals 201. But yeah, that's who it is. The illuminated Kabbalists performing their divisive rituals day after day. They know that by making it seem like Jews are the most protected group, that causes a lot of people to not like Jews and blame things on Jews and think Jews are in charge of the world. Again, the Jesuits are a very clever group, and they know how to rule from the shadows, and they know how to set up the piñata over here, if you will. And that's what they've been doing with the teeny tiny caps for a long time. And don't forget Hitler, you know, his birth certificate name, Adolphus Hitler, equates to 201. And he modeled the SS after the Jesuits. There's a lot of Jesuit connections with Adolf and what's going on with Musk and his salute, all things we've covered endless times. But yeah, just another big fat 144. And if I didn't finish making the point, I was saying how Jesuit order equates to 144 and 72. Don't forget that the word school equals 72, and in this case, so does Harvard. Money also equals 72, as does things like Bitcoin, which is completely Jesuit controlled. And last year we gave you a spot on call about how Bitcoin would hit 72K on the 72nd day of the year, which is exactly what it did. And I told people you better pull out after that because it's going to dip back down probably into the 50s, exactly what it did. And made a very recent call with the 78th day of the year, how it was going to be a superb day for XRP. Again, all these things are Jesuit controlled. You learn these numbers, you just see how the whole game's controlled. Crypto, the markets, the sports games, the news, just tired rituals, tired patterns day after day. And yeah. Also, just go back and revisit JFK talking about Jesuit ivy from Boston College, because it all starts to make more sense in 2025 after all these years of observation. The Jesuit numbers all over the Ivy League ritual with Harvard. And of course, JFK did go to Harvard. So by the way, with regards to Boston College, don't forget what they did to Johnny Gaudreau, who played his hockey there. He died 144 days before.
All right, yo, salute to Zach Hubbard, man. Check out his channel. Gematria Effect, salute to him, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out, righteous, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, so this, this stuff is mad scripted, man. So let me see. Let's play the press conference of Carmelo Anthony at the press conference right now. Let's see what's going on. So he gets bail, right? He got bail. Hold on, let me play this real quick. Excuse me, not this. Fair use, fair use.
Tell your friends, share with family. There's no other place to be. Memorial Day weekend. Celebrate.
Some things that went down in the Carmelo Anthony press conference. I'm pretty sure some of y'all have heard about that. And, the Mayo Marauders are really having epic meltdowns about any little thing with this case. You're seeing their hypocrisy be on ultimate display. It's really beyond ridiculous. The Republicans are coming out, trying to, I guess, side with the folks, I guess, and all of that, and we'll get to that tonight because the Republicans, they about to be out of office here by the midterms. They keep this up. I promise you that. I see it coming if they keep running off at their mouth. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing good. So I know we were just kind of discussing trips. Let's say that before we get started with that. Black Brazil, doing a Brazilian tour, the tour, with Black people in Brazil. I know we had discussed also South Africans and Zimbabwe. So whatever one that really gets back with us, and it's a good deal, that's the one we're going to do. That's one we're going to present. We have never did Brazil, never did that. So that would be different doing Brazil. And, like I said, it's more Black folks that was taken to Brazil, way more Black folks in Brazil right now than it would be us as FBAs here in America. I mean, they have double the number of, Black Brazilians over there. So, you see them doing that samba and all of that. I always say, man, that's interesting. How they do that. They be getting down with that. So, just for those who may be thinking about it, we'll let y'all know and something getting inked down and all of that. Well, I'm trying to think what else. Of course, download the African Diaspora News Channel app. Definitely important. And we appreciate everybody who's doing that, who's supporting us on the app, because trust me, it's so important that y'all support us on the app, because that's ours, right? It's ours. And we can, do what we want, say what we want there. Of course, tomorrow night, we have our Friday night live stream there. We don't live stream on Fridays here, but we do it on the app. So make sure you be there tomorrow night on the African Diaspora News Channel app. I got a couple of videos definitely want to review. But of course, we can't review those videos on YouTube. So we'll do it over there definitely on the app Friday night. So, all right. I'm going to let people just slowly come on in. Let me see what some of y'all saying before we get started here. Yes, I had you say Slay Queen has a heavy accent. Let me tell y'all about accents. I'm glad y'all mentioned that. I don't really notice accents anymore. And I think because I hear them constantly, so it doesn't bother me unless that person just cannot really speak much English. Then I like, what do you say? But I've learned a long time ago, listening to different people's accents, you just got to listen and then you'll hear them. But unfortunately in America, we have not really been trained to listen too much on much of anything, not even listen to each other. So if it's not nothing easy, I'm just be honest with you, that's just the way we've been raised. If it's not nothing easy, we don't want to do it for the most part, especially listen to somebody talk like, I don't understand you. I don't, like that, and just blow somebody off, right? Americans are pretty bad about that. I would say Americans in general. I'm not talking about one group of Americans. I'm saying it's Americans in general. So if you're going to travel, you have to be more patient with people. You have to listen to people. And sometimes you're going into their territory and they may not speak your language. So you definitely got to listen if they're trying to speak to you. So accents is going to be around. That's part of it, right? All right. So let's go ahead on and get started here with this Carmelo Anthony. We got a press conference here. We got about 3 videos we want to review. 3 videos. Now, the first video we want to review here is they was going to start having a press conference, and Austin Metcalf, his father, shows up to the press conference. I don't know why he showed up. What was his purpose of showing up? I mean, I don't get it whatsoever. But I want you to, and the folks are all upset about it. Listen, these people, the envelopians are losing their mind. They are losing their mind with this case. I've never seen them go so crazy before with a particular case. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. They throw away, their hypocrisy, Kyle Rittenhouse, Daniel Penny. The crazy part is we have all the video, we have all the posting, we have the money they raise, we have everything on real time, and you put in their face, say, well, this you right here. I don't care about that. No, Carmelo Anthony shouldn't be, huh? Let me tell y'all something, the folks, something. This is why more and more people look at you as just somebody you just don't talk to. When they talk about separation, see, this is why people want to separate from you. Right there. 1 minute, self-defense is okay. But if self-defense happens and y'all on the end of it, then all of a sudden you're going crazy, you're acting a fool, you're just doing what you normally do, you're anti-black racism. See, this is why black folks said about with the Trump situation, yeah, Trump, go ahead, bring back that segregation. Bring it back. Bring it back to separation. Because this is why the black people on TikTok was saying this. This is why. Right here, this case is prime example why black folks say, yeah, I am so good with it. Bring it back. I'm cool with it at this point. This case is why. You're not rational. You don't stand on what you say. You don't stand on truth. You lie. You backbite. You put out misinformation, disinformation constantly about people to meet your narratives. Your media does the exact same thing. But yet it's all good when you do it. It's all good when you want to be that. Even the scripture teaches a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Why would you want to be around somebody double-minded? The Bible teaches you that. They're unstable. And because they're unstable, because they're double-minded, 1 minute is great and it's okay, it's them, but if it's something else, oh no. And they have this vitriol like they wasn't cool with it. And they made everything racial. It's nobody else made it about race. They did it.
Right.
All I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case. In a few minutes, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3.
Okay, so that second video you saw at the end was that father of Austin Metcalf showing up, right? And when we hear more and more about this case, we never hear anything about any accountability. Accountability would have said that if Austin never put his hands on Carmelo, we wouldn't be having this discussion. If he would have got, a teacher, if he would have got some other administrator to deal with the issue, like they tell you to do in school, right? Hey, if you have a problem with another student, you go get a teacher, you go get an administrator, you'll get someone. Him and his brother decides to try to go handle Carmelo, okay? Him and his brother. I don't hear you folks over here, I don't hear you talking about that aspect of it. Two big old corn-fed young dudes trying to push up on one guy. And the same people that scream, stand your ground, Second Amendment, stand your ground. And that's all you're screaming all day long, right? But yeah, when someone stands their ground, you got a problem with it now.
See, that lets you know, stand your ground. That they, you know what I'm saying? What up, Shaq? But this goes to show that goes for everybody else but us, You feel me? Hold up. Excuse me. Bam.
Once again, this is why people throughout the world, I want you to see who these people really are. Do you really want to be dealing with these people? In business, do you want to be dealing with them in your country on tourism? Do you really want to be dealing with that? I mean, think about it. Do you really want to deal with that? Even Trump too. 1 minute he putting on a tariff, the next minute he pausing it. The next minute he putting on another tariff, the next minute you're pausing it. Bruh, make up your mind. If you're going to put a tariff, put the tariff. If you're going to pause, leave it pause. Like, you don't know what you're doing. That's that stuff we're talking about. You can't make up your mind. You say self-defense. Now you're against self-defense. You say Daniel was right and Kyle Rittenhouse was right. Now you say Carmelo was wrong. You say it's okay to give Kyle Rittenhouse over $500 million and Daniel Penny $3 million. That was okay. That was okay completely to do that. But you have an issue with Carmelo Anthony getting, I guess close to $500,000. But you didn't say nothing about Daniel Penny, who was worse because Daniel Penny snuck up behind Jordan Neely, snuck up behind him, put this man in a chokehold. Understand? And for what? He didn't hit nobody. He didn't kick nobody. He didn't do anything. He had mental health issues. And y'all saw the video. Daniel Penny held Jordan Neely, held him all that time. He could let him go. People even tapping him and say, hey, man, look like he out, let him go. And he still didn't do it. And y'all celebrated Daniel Penny, and even Trump had him up there with him and J.D. Vance. That's how high it went. So y'all can't say a word about Carmelo Anthony. Not a word. At least Carmelo Anthony didn't go behind Austin Metcalf and stab him. He didn't do it from his back. At least when it happened face to face. But in the world of y'all, sneak attacks is honorable. Sneaking up from somebody from behind and catching them like that. That's how y'all got down with the Native Americans. That's how y'all got down with the Africans. People try to befriend you and all of that. And what you do, you sneak up on them and start slaughtering them. That's what you have done your whole existence. If we look at history, we're talking about history, American history, world history. Every time somebody try to be your friend, you do some sneak attack. So that's why it doesn't bother you what Daniel Penny did, because that's just what you've done in your culture and your ancestors. Oh, so you saying that you said that the knife was there from the group that set up the tent. You say, but they're suppressing that. Yeah, all that's gonna have to come out. Every bit of it. Right now, what they're trying to do is they're trying to do so much racism and taint the jury, like they always do. They want to taint the jury, so it won't be fair. Because every time you have a case like this is why I tell you media is warfare, because they immediately go to lie. They lie millions of times. It's kind of like this situation. I've said this before. If they're speaking to you, they're lying. So you better check 7-8 times what they're telling you. Okay. I've just seen that. I just can't, when somebody lies to you constantly, you never can believe them. That's why I just think it's strange when black people believe what they say.
That's what I be saying all the
why
time.
do you believe them? Did you check it?
Why do we
Did
believe
you double
these
check
people,
it?
man?
Did you triple check it?
Why do you
believe
people?
what they're telling you when they're proven to be lying so many times? Now, you said the knife belonged to the track coach. Well, let's look at we okay. Well, let me see how more that's gonna come out. Okay, let's see. Because if that's the case, and why they're lying, saying that he brought a knife to the if the knife was there, he didn't bring anything, right? But even though they could have maybe that information, I don't know if that's fully true or not. Y'all can send me the links to that. But let's say if that's true, what you just said, they could know that and still run with a lie. Now let's get to one of the main things they've been doing. They have made all this racial. Okay, I've seen the racism that they're doing on X. That's their main place to do it now. Ever since that apartheid Afrikaner took over X, it's been a hellhole of white supremacy. Ever since, but what could you expect from an apartheid Afrikaner? What could you expect? What could you expect? That's why people in South Africa don't want him there. They're like, nah, y'all keep him in America. We don't want him. because they know what he is. And because he didn't want to listen or didn't want to agree with the terms with the ANC government, he's saying, oh, because I'm white, that's why I can't have Starlink over there. Y'all that money you got, you crying about, you fled South Africa, you fled and ran over here to America, whining about they won't let you because they have black empowerment laws. Well, look how long y'all kept them in apartheid. They only been free, 30 some odd years now? Y'all had apartheid for hundreds of years. And you're crying and mad because they want some sort of equality? When y'all had them treated horribly? I told y'all before, if they not oppressing you, equality is oppression to them. That's what you making them oppressed because you want equality, not being above them, just equal. Everybody's equal, same playing field. And South Africa don't need a Starlink, not if you're running it. Maybe the Chinese will come out with something and they'll take what the Chinese got, but not you. I wouldn't want nothing you got. Be on with you. Now let's get to this next clip.
These are the type of lies. She's getting millions of views on this. Sarah, she's even came after me. She's even said all of those things. And now that the public knows exactly what is going on, I asked, because these racist bigots try to prevent us from standing up for our baby, our boy, he should be afforded the same rights that Kyle Rittenhouse had, Daniel Penna, and all of the people who have claimed whatever their defense was. He should be afforded the same right. Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse with an AK-47 shooting 3 people in the back. We got that. And he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody said anything. So since they tried to come for us, I call for the community's overwhelming support for this fund. The disinformation that was put out was literally deliberate to prevent you from helping this family. And I want you to give overwhelming support to show them the community united can never be divided. And I'm going to say this again, and this is for everybody. Black people in America, while the current occupant sits at 1600 Pennsylvania, Black people in America don't have to pull the race card. It's what we live as a reality every day. It's what we have to teach our children. We don't want to, but we have to. We don't like to, but if we want to sleep at night, we got to. I ain't pulling no race card. I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a Black man in America.
Yeah, when they say all that, beyond which over the years, I've learned, just don't even argue with a lot of them. Don't waste your time going back and forth with them on any social media platforms. I think that's the biggest waste of time for any of you. And I see some of you still arguing with them or trying to be rational or trying to bring some sort of logic. They don't understand logic. They don't understand facts. You can show screenshots. You can show Daniel Penny. You can show Kyle Rittenhouse. You can show what they said during that case verbatim. You can go through their timeline and say, look, this is you right here talking about Daniel Penny. And no matter what you show them, they will never say, you know what, man, you are right. I was supporting that, yeah, let me back off what I'm saying. No. That will never happen. Okay? That will never happen. So please, Black people, stop arguing with them. Stop talking to them. I told you. You are talking to them. We talking about those who are like that, right? The white supremacists. Talking to them is just so beneath you. You're better than them. And when you talk to them, you lowering yourself to their level. So there's certain people in life you just don't talk to. It's like, I'm not talking to you. I mean, what? That's talking to you and arguing with you make me look stupid. You know what I'm saying? They tell you when you argue with a fool and people see that, all they see is two fools. That's all they see. They don't see one that's intelligent and then one is just a fool. They don't see that. Our people need to just do what we need to do. It's no explanation. If we're going to support Carmelo Anthony, we don't need to be telling them anything. We don't need to be announcing it. We don't need to be arguing with them about even Daniel Penny or Kyle Rittenhouse. We don't have to argue with that and say, no, we're just going to support our brother. And that's it. Because we already see what they're on, and we're saying, no, that's not about to happen. And then if they want to play this stuff with politics and they want to all that, then okay, cool. We got our voter registration cards too. Well, we'll just go to the midterms and just get y'all out of there. We can do that. I told y'all I can vote for either side at any time. So if it's on some, Republicans, you starting that up? Okay, well, shoot, let the Democrats get back in there again. I guess I have to battle Democrats anyway. So I'll battle them again. That's fine. No problem. No problem at all. Right? So it's you say, oh my goodness, so glad to be back. Yeah, in the back and forth, these political parties, we know both of them are racist. We know that, but we can't, what I said before, be independent. Just be independent. And see, let me tell Republicans something else. This is why Democrats win elections. I'm going to tell you that. This is why Democrats will win elections, because whether you realize it or not, there's more people in this country that don't look like you, okay, as time going along. And the Democrats play the game a lot better than you. They just do. They don't do nothing for us as black people, but they play the game a lot better than you. The Democrats are not going to go out saying things like this. They may say some slick things too, but they're not so blatant with what they're doing. They're not blatant with it. And because they're not blatant with it, and maybe they play the game and they'll give you little tokens here and there. This is why a lot of black people still vote for the Democrat Party. This is why, even though they don't do nothing for us. And you're literally, Republicans are about to give the Democrats the House and the Senate back. Because why? You can't help yourself. And I say it like this. You've been given a chance. This is not, if you want to stay in office, this is not the case to be leaning yourself on, because I promise you, you will be out of there next year. I promise you that. Black folks will get up and go get you on out of there.
All right, so shout out Phil Advice channel. You know what I'm saying? Salute. Shaq, what you up to, man? What's good, man? What up, man? What's going on with you, man? Shaq, what up? All right, so let me see. So they threatened the judge that lowered his bond from $1 million to $200-something thousand. So let's check this out.
All the way down.
Yo. What's good? What up, man? So we're going through some stuff, you know what I'm saying? What you up to, man? All right, so let's get into this.
From Hyper Clubhouse in Atlanta for Hype Plus News, I'm Symphony Thompson. Angela Tucker, the Texas judge who reduced the bond for 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, is hiring more security after reducing Anthony's bail from $1 million to $250,000 and receiving death threats because of it. Tucker's decision to reduce the bail was based on Anthony's age, lack of criminal history, and reputation within the community. Now, of course, the decision to reduce bail was met with a mixed response, as the incident between Anthony and Metcalf seems to have turned into a race issue thanks to social media as well as mainstream news. The social media outcry for Anthony's release has led to many white social media users to hurl insults and threats towards the judge's way. As a result, Tucker has changed her X account from public to private. Since her decision, Tucker has received racist threats and attacks from Metcalf supporters, with some social media accounts posting her picture and information, as this incident has divided the local community and nation.
Obviously, it's already been divided. Let's go.
According to TMZ, the county sheriff's office said court staff and concerned citizens have reported threatening remarks made against the judge and is looking for any party who has released private and personal information about the judge to the public, including her address and phone number. Investigators are also still looking to identify the persons who made threats against Tucker, stating, if the individual responsible is identified, potential charges could include unlawful disclosure of residents' address or telephone number and obstruction or retaliation. Now that he's received bail, Anthony currently awaits trial on house arrest for Austin Metcalf's murder, as it remains to be proven whether or not Anthony's stabbing of Metcalf was in self-defense or not. Anthony is now facing 1 count of first-degree felony murder after stabbing Metcalf during an argument over a seat at a track meet that turned physical. While Anthony has received death threats of his own due to outrage from many members of white social media, Tucker has also had to take extra safety precautions. When talking to Fox 4 News, Tucker would claim she only learned of the case when she was assigned to it at random. In regards to her reducing Anthony's bond, she would say, I don't take that lightly at all. I take those things very seriously. There is no replacement for the loss of life or the loss of a child. I don't want the families to think a bond amount is connected to the dignity of loss. You cannot make the person come back. Now, several social media users couldn't help but point out some of the hypocrisy of white social media users who have either supported the release, lower bond, or raised funds for a few white assailants that were in similar situations, including Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Penny. One social media user would compare the individuals by writing, Judge Angela Tucker is getting death threats after lowering the bond for Carmelo Anthony to $250,000, allowing his release under house arrest. The same people who crowdsourced bail for Kyle Rittenhouse are upset that bail was reduced. Daniel Penny was released on a $100,000 bond. While another social media user would share their own similar thoughts. Collin County, Texas is predominantly white and only 10% Black. In spite of those demographics, Angela Tucker was elected the 199th Judicial District Court as a Republican. White folks liked her well enough to elect her. She heard the facts of the case, followed the law, and lowered the bail of Carmelo Anthony from $1 million to $250,000. Carmelo is free on bond. Now the white folks who elected her hate her and are spewing racist vitriol and making death threats. Due to the semantics and added social media presence on the case, it seems like it would be nearly impossible.
Are we surprised though, people? Are we really surprised that these, that these people react like this? And I mean, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? The biggest victims in this country is these people, and they show it. You know what I'm saying? But see, people are so dumb, and people want to try to think like them and be indoctrinated because we're indoctrinated to think that white is right. That people want to just jump right along with the bandwagon. I just think people are full of shit, man, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? To be like, keep it 100%. People are so full of shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's just keep it real, you know? People are so full of shit, man. I ain't lying with that one. I ain't gonna cap.
Possible for this not to turn into a discussion of race, despite the rejection from the victim's parents. So, what do you guys think about Judge Angela Tucker's decision to lower Carmelo Anthony's bail from $1 million to $250,000? Do you think she made the right choice? Why or why not? How should Judge Angela Tucker be protected with these new death threats being thrown her way? Let us know in the comments below. And stay up to date with the latest news and comedy by subscribing right here to our YouTube channel. Hit the bell and select all so you can receive notifications to all of our content and not just some. Check out Hypers Club for all your cool and original merchandise and content. And for our YouTube viewers, if you like this story, send us a super thanks by hitting the button below, and you can tip us what you want to show your.
Yeah, man. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting, y'all. You know, a lot of double standards going around. Hold on. A lot of double standards. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, this is our my bad, y'all. Very interesting, though. I'm telling you. Shout out to
The next
All
generation
Viral
of
Access
network
Media.
has
Shout out to
never
him.
played with the safety and
Check out his
security
channel
of anything.
for-
We don't play those type of games, all right?
I'm
We
saying,
like to, whenever we doing a protest or anything, everybody in the media know we don't play when it comes to safety and security. So we're gonna ask one time for it, and ask you to slide over just one time. We're not gonna ask anybody something twice, okay? I will make sure that the safety of this family is ensured. It won't happen on my watch. I just want you to know so that you can quote it. If we have to ask more than once, just know that's coming at the direction of me. You can quote me on that, all right?
Yeah, the father is there and he's in the way he don't want to move. So he acting like he tough, like he, you know what I mean? He don't want to leave. So they had to call police. Evidently, the police did not escort Austin Metcalf's father.
is this a play? That's my question.
Away from the
It's all a
conference
play.
because Austin father is literally right there.
What's going on?
If y'all don't know already. So the father is there and he don't want to move. So it took long. So they had to call police to get security.
You just heard from Dominique Alexander, the president of the Next Gen Action Network. We are expecting to hear from the parents of Carmelo Anthony, the high school student who was accused of stabbing and killing another high school student at a track meet about 2 weeks ago. This press conference was delayed because the father of the student who was killed unexpectedly arrived at the press conference. Originally, the Next Gen Action Network said that the press conference would not go on as long as Mr. Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf, was in the room. It's unclear. I'm trying to get information about if he is still there, how that was resolved. But the president of this organization says that they are starting here in a few minutes. If you did,
You know what, Frank?
If you did it, we'll recap you quickly. Alexander was very.
You know what's unique about that? That guy there is a Democrat, right? The Dominique guy.
Oh, you talking about this guy?
He's a
right here?
resident Democrat. Yeah, he's a resident Democrat, right?
Talking about the guy press conference guy, right?
Dominique. Yeah, the Dominique Alexander guy. Yeah. The pastor or whatever, the head of his organization.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Democrat. And the family, they're Republicans.
Interesting.
But obviously, their political affiliation does not get in the way of them doing the work they do for people in the communities. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Same thing with certain people, their religion don't necessarily does not necessarily get in front of their business that they do. You know what I'm saying? or the politics that they participate in. The judge, like they stated in that county, is a Republican. I stated that county is a Republican ran judicial system, a county. Collin County.
Right, that's what they just
You know?
saying.
Right. So that don't necessarily mean that, because like I said, the judge, she's appeared to be melanin. She's Republican. The family, and I'm pretty sure that other Republicans, families, mixed families, Asian, whatever, right, that live in those that conservative county. Republican conservative county.
Facts.
So these people been living with each other, even though they say the whites is 51% in that county, and the Asians is what 16%. Hispanics is like what 13% or something, and the blacks is like what 10%, 11%. So it'd be interesting because I don't think that judge is going to be the same judge that possibly could be in the trial judge. I think she was just the judge that's in the bond hearing.
Right.
But people keep saying, "Oh well, we want her to that judge. She seems fair. She seems, even though she's Republican." But I don't think she's gonna be the same judge. And if like you said, it go to trial, because if the DEA haven't even put their case together, even sent it for indictment yet. I mean, for sent it to the grand jury. Yeah.
Fact.
And everybody jumping and making these, off of what the alleged stuff that's been put out there.
See that? That's what I think it was. That's what it's meant to do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is the media culture, and this is the society that we live in, where court of public opinion is very much, you know what I'm saying, been taking place. Like you said, a lot of people back in the days was getting lynched off the court of public opinion. The mob, what they consider the mob mentality, the mob rule. They say you're guilty, you're guilty. You're not going to even face your damn jail time. They come into jail, open the jails up, and snatch you out of the jail and do what they want to do to you. So it'd be interesting to see how this really play out. But they're going to speak. I don't know. Have you heard this press conference speak?
I heard some of it. I played a little bit of it.
You say you played a little bit of it, huh?
I seen the dude, the doofy, the pops.
The pops. What you think about that? Showing up?
Players? I don't know, man. I question everything. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to.
And then the plus, why would you do that? That's gonna damage the integrity of the case. You know what I'm saying?
But he already damaged the integrity of the case.
Let me
tell you why.
That's gonna make the defense. You know what I'm saying? On his son's side, that's gonna make the prosecution or
but he already damaged it. You're right. This is gonna look bad on this side. But he already damaged. He already damaged this because he spoke. He spoke without a lawyer. He been speaking to the public, to the news outlets without the lawyer. Just freely speaking. You see what I'm saying? The son them spoke. The mother spoke. Now they finna get ready to speak, but they're speaking strictly, mainly about the threats and stuff that they was getting threatened online, and a lot of the false stuff that people been posting, false articles people been posting. But I don't. Yeah, but I'm trying to understand if this was a office building type setup where you got to actually go in and go up to whatever suite per se. How did nobody see him come in the building before, unless it's the first floor suite that they was in? and you could just walk up to the, to the door and get in.
I know.
But at that same time, they still should have security at the door, like, hey, ID and press pass or whoever's invited to come and participate in this particular demonstration. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I'm like, what's really going on with this, man? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would have to see the layout of the building. Like I said, if it's the first floor, second, third floor, or you got to go up.
True.
You got access to a Pacific suite. You know how sometimes office buildings, they got a receptions on the first floor in the lobby and security and receptions, and you got to go through the lobby area to gain access to an elevator or to whatever suite that you're going up to.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Why didn't they have more? I don't know. I'm just asking questions because.
And you would think there would be cops there. I do think it'd be all types of shit there, since there's gonna be prep media and everything. That's kind of interesting, right?
Right. Yeah. How would you get inside the facility without nobody noticing you? I don't know. That could be some trickery with the local law enforcement. You know what I mean?
Man, fact.
Some trickery they on. Maybe they want people to act and get out their character and stuff to kind of, I don't know, man. These people weird, bro. They do weird stuff.
You know what I'm saying? So you get a weird reaction, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you get out your character, you don't, do what you're supposed to, because how would you know? How would you know this specific day and time that they were doing this particular, and what location? How did, they were saying where they was going to do
It was no secret.
Oh, so they was telling people where they were going to be at. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, obviously, yeah. But they still supposed to have security at the entrances, whatever, whoever they got security from, because they.
Press conference.
Well, he say they do their own security. If you listen to the press conference, he say they got their own security and they handle their own security personnel. They got their own security that they use. You know what I'm saying? This particular organization that they and it sounds like most likely I would have bet you, Frank, that it's FOI, because I'm looking at the father and he had the bow tie on. I could be assuming that he could be part of, the nation.
That's what I was thinking too.
But he don't have the name, though. He didn't. I don't mean his name ain't changed. His name is Andrew Anthony or some shit, right?
I was thinking that still. Yeah, you're right though. I was thinking that though.
Right, I gotta go to bed.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, they definitely a boy give me vibes that he part of the nation or could have, definitely, because like I said, a lot of these political events and stuff, they do use the fruit of Islam for security and shit. You know what I mean? They do that.
I peeped that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Did not mince words about security at this event. He said that there are DPD officers as well as private security in the premises. They are here.
And what happened? How would the private security let him get up there though? Like, huh?
He said he was very, very clear in saying that they were only going to ask once for safety precautions to be taken. And he said, that is their big priority with this press conference. Again, unclear if Mr. Metcalf is still in the room. If you are just joining us, this is a case that has created so much speculation over the past 2 weeks. You have one family whose child was accused of murder for stabbing another student, and another family who is mourning the loss of their son. And today we are expected to hear from the parents of the child who has been accused. To get their side of the story. The group that's advocating for them says that they want to set the record straight. We're getting an update now on whether or not Mr. Metcalf is still in the room.
Because he was literally standing right there.
So we've just learned that Mr. Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf, the father of Austin Metcalf, the teen who was killed, has left the premises. I mentioned to you a few moments ago, the Next Gen Action Network's office is actually inside of a co-working space. The owner of that co-working space asked Mr. Metcalf to leave, saying that he was trespassing, and we are told that Mr. Metcalf has left. Dominique Alexander, the president of the organization hosting this press conference, says they are expected to start in a few minutes. No word yet on any interaction that happened between Metcalf and the Anthony family, between Next Gen Generation Action Network. We are told that a representative did ask him to leave initially, and he said no. But we are again being told that the owner of this space said that he was trespassing and asked him to leave. So we're seeing different people come up to the podium, check audio levels. That is standard for
See
a
that
press conference
he's
like
being
this. We were told
he's
by
being
the
a
group
thug.
hosting this that we'll start in a few minutes, and we again are expecting.
I don't want to sound like that, but he's being a thug right now. He's being a real thug, and he don't want to abide by the laws what is set forth. You know, you have to abide by the laws. So evidently he's acting he's violating the premises. You know what I mean? That's how thugs be acting, right? Damn, I actually thought they were just gonna start speaking, man. Been waiting for a long time, son. Come on, son.
Let me fast forward this.
But this right here, want to drop out. Get the fuck out.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. We all good? We all good? Okay. All righty.
Hurry up, man.
I want to start off this press conference
I don't like your ass anyway.
to say something as a deep note that I can tell America. What we seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference, these are my words. Don't quote anybody. Is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. Next Generation Action Network from the beginning has respected the loss of life. No matter our opinion of it, we have kept our opinion close. We have not attacked. We have not shared the information that was shared with us about Austin Metcalf because we respect the dignity of life and loss. And as a minister, I would not attack a grieving family, even if I disagree with them. When I have stood before this podium for people who have died at the hands of law enforcement, I have asked for that same manner of respect. And even when the shoe is on the other foot, I will not do that. And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case. It is outright disrespectful. We haven't been doing it. The Next Generation Action Network has been here, popular and unpopular. So regardless of what's going on, that was disrespectful disrespectful. And I will leave it to y'all to define it. But of course, we want to. Y'all, I'm Minister Dominique Alexander. I serve as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. Today, I come before you with a heavy heart, but determined in spirit, not just as an advocate, but as a Black man, as a father, as a protector.
Nigga, you talking too much. Let the family speak. I don't like this dude. Yes, he's one of those kind of people. I'm not gonna say the word, but it's in the chat. He just talking too much. And I like y'all said in there, I don't trust him either. I don't trust him. I don't. So I agree.
When he said those type of people, is he talking about the Skittles crew?
There was an
Because I heard him say this earlier. I watched this stream. I posted to y'all, and I watched Mike Lowry, and they.
Interesting.
Because he's gonna bring some after they get through talking and mother and father get through speaking. Well, not after, but after she get through speaking, he's gonna bring some people on the panel and they're gonna get into a discussion too.
Intentional disinformation surrounding the fund created in the support of the Anthony family. The Carmelo Anthony Fund, hosted by Give, Send, Go. Let's be clear. The family has not received one dime. Any of the media could have verified this, but we saw on Twitter, we saw on Facebook, and so many different things of the false, lavish life of this family. $800,000 home, purchase Escalade, and private security. Let me make this very clear. The Next Generation Action Network has always had its security detail. Many of you that know us in the Dallas and Fort Worth media know that we have our own security detail. One of the individuals that escorted Carmelo Anthony out of jail is here present with us now. They are a part of the Next Generation Action Network security team. The family hasn't hired any private contractors or whatever, or splurged or whatever. But if they have the audacity to spend money for their safety and security, that's their prerogative. The family has not withdrawn. And just until recently, just yesterday, they were officially notified by Give, Send, Go that they could start the withdrawal process. But if anybody know about this process, they know that that takes about 2 to 3 days to withdraw from that and actually hit any account. But this blatant propaganda wasn't just about the fund. It was to discourage the public from giving to the fund. That's what this was about. Because just like TMZ was able to call, Give, Send, Go, everybody in the media, in these news outlets that I've never heard before, could have did the same thing. When I first called Give, Send, Go, they gave me every information that I needed. Okay? So that's what I'm going to say on regards to that. Let me make this very clear. This family never authorized a single fund on the GoFundMe platform. All of the funds that were raised on the GoFundMe were all fraud.
Interesting.
Now that's new information to GoFundMe. All that shit was fraud.
All of the funds that was raised on that platform.
Well, who it could be easily traced. Who was committing the fraud? What was it? I mean, I don't understand.
Were fraud. Okay. The family was the first to report these funds. One of the funds we identified raised up to $11,000. So a post about anything that stated that GoFundMe took everything down regarding Carmelo Anthony, that was at the request of the family and their supporters. This family never tried to create an account on GoFundMe. The Next Generation Action Network is very well aware of the company's policy regarding raising funds for legal defense. Okay. Since this tragedy unfolded, the Anthony family has been subject to unimaginable amount of hate, racism, threats to their safety. People have sat outside their house, sent objects delivered to their door, publicly harassed, online and in person. This is not just about Carmelo. It's about the family who dared to stand and demand justice in a return and receive ugliness that racism in this country still breeds. But let me say this loud and clear. We are not scared. We are not moving. We will not be silent. What I've always said as the president of the Next Generation Action Network, we will never ask the oppressor for permission to liberate our people. We will not ask for permission to stand up for the rights of our children. The Next Generation Action Network has stood on both sides of the fence in ensuring that justice is served. Now, getting to the information that the Next Generation Action Network wanted to share with the public today. And I will go ahead and pass it over to the mother once I make this statement, okay? All right. There's two more final. For the last week and a half, the Next Generation Action Network has engaged in communications with Frisco ISD to ensure that Carmelo Anthony's due process is not violated. We know that in the state of Texas, there are things that are discretionary things and decisions by the leadership of Frisco ISD, right? There are clear guidance in the state and education code regarding expulsion of a student. We have asked several times. We didn't just rush. We have had these conversations over the last several days. And we have stated that it is just outright wrong to get involved in this. Carmelo Anthony doesn't have to walk. He doesn't have to involve in any senior activities. But Carmelo Anthony is a 3.7 GPA student. And if he doesn't even go to class for the remainder of the year, he would graduate, okay? We've asked that Frisco do not make a decision in this situation. But Frisco ISD has notified of their intent to expel Carmelo Anthony from school 1 month before his high school graduation. That just shows me that Frisco ISD is trying to push off the blame. And what I have not heard the media say, as many media outlets have asked us what went on, I'm trying to find how many of y'all have asked the superintendent or one single board of trustee, why didn't you cancel or postpone? With weather in that magnitude, you couldn't have a track meet in rain or thunderstorm or clouds. Y'all are the media. Ask your journalists, your weather journalists, how the weather was that day and that time. Y'all do that research. Because as a person who is the administrator of your children, you are responsible for the safety of the children. And so it seems as if Frisco ISD is trying to push this off by making this decision that they do not have to make. So the Next Generation Action Network, outside of the legal process, will be going through different avenues regarding to ensure that we fight for the rights of Carmelo and the respect that she deserves, y'all.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Carmelo Anthony. 3 years ago, my family moved to North Texas searching for a better life. Like so many other families, we wanted to give our children the future we did not have. My husband worked hard every single day to provide for us, to make sure we're in the best financial position possible. As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved, nurtured, and supported every step of the way. In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about. The lies and false accusations that have been said about us, especially over the past week, has been overwhelming. The lies and their amplification put my family in danger, as well as everyone in our community, everyone involved in the investigation, from the police, the attorneys, and the court staff. Our address and my husband's previous employer's address has been put on all social media platforms. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family. His mental health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her. And let me be clear, the claims that were used about the public donation to buy a home or anything else are completely false. We have not received a single dime from the Give, Send, Go fundraiser. And the co-founder has stated that clearly. In the reality, we were just notified yesterday that we could begin to withdraw funds. And it still takes several days to receive those funds once a request is made. I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to. He's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state, but those laws must apply to all of us, not just some of us. To be clear, we will not speak publicly about specific details of what happened.
Are they Moors? They believe in the Constitution?
An awful day. There's an active.
What we saying, Chef?
She said they believe in the Constitution. Do they?
That's a good question.
I think it's hogwash. The more I think about it, I think it's hogwash. And I think the Constitution is old news. But continue.
Investigation that everyone involved wants to be full and fair. We believe in legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you. To those who have supported my family, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We ask for your continued support, patience, and prayers as we navigate this difficult process. Thank you.
Y'all,
Interesting.
I'm tired of hearing his fucking mouth. I hope the father would have spoke, but I definitely respect everything that lady said. And let me just highlight something real quick. This person who said something in the chat. I know there's trolls in here, email, but don't block anybody. Let them be in here. That's fine. That just let you know how let me choose the right word. Feeble-minded that they are, because evidently they don't have no sympathy or no conscience. And then let me just pull up this comment right here. Boom. Here comes the race card, Duke minus the groove. Here comes the race card. What did she say to bring up the race card? This is what I'm saying. You cannot speak to the parasite people. You can't speak to the parasite people.
Yeah, I heard you talk about a family. That's what I mainly was talking about. These motherfuckers be having these white trolls in their lives.
You can't.
I'm going to show something up of a post. You come for me, I come for you. Sarah Fields. Never heard of this woman. This is the kind of despicable things that led to the father being here.
Exactly.
Political operatives.
Exactly.
Motivating this family with hate. Carmelo Anthony posted on something that shows, posted here. These are the type of lies that are threatening this family. Posting the family's picture. These are the type of lies. She's getting millions of views on this. Sarah, she's even came after me. She's even said all of those things. And now that the public knows exactly what is going on, I ask, because these racist bigots try to prevent us from standing up for our baby, our boy, he should be afforded the same rights that Kyle Rittenhouse had, Daniel Penna, and all of the people who have claimed whatever their defense was. He should be afforded the same right. Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse with an AK-47 shooting 3 people in the back. We got that. And he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody said anything. So since they tried to come for us, I call for the community's overwhelming support for this fund. The disinformation that was put out was literally deliberate to prevent you from helping this family.
Damn.
And I want you to give overwhelming support to show them the community united can never be divided. And I'm going to say this again, and this is for everybody. Black people in America, while the current occupant sits at 1600 Pennsylvania, Black people in America don't have to pull the race card. It's what we live as a reality every day. It's what we have to teach our children. We don't want to, but we have to. We don't like to, but if we want to sleep at night, we got to. I ain't pulling no race card. I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a Black man in America. And what y'all just showed to Judge Tucker is just reminded that hate and bigotry and racial reconciliation in this country. We have respected the process. I believe that Austin Metcalf is about to have his funeral. And I wouldn't dare, even with the information I know, and plenty of people can share that and all that, but we have prevented from speaking about that in these type of public forums. It will come out. They have a more than well-capable attorney, and this family will go through a process of being able to get prepared for this trial. So I just say this real quick. This is our final time speaking to public and holding a press conference regarding this particular case. Now, the Next Generation Action Network will talk about Frisco ISD, but we will not do this. I will not ask this mother to do this again. The attorney will not. We won't do this again. Don't ask. We will see you at trial. Whatever venue that is, we will see you there. I stand 10 toes down supporting this family. And I want to thank all of the community leaders and people that I have seen that have came here today. Bishops and pastors and clergy, community leaders with respectability in this community. I see them today.
Interesting. So, I mean, we'll see how this is going to play out, man. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see how this is going to play out, man. Hold up, y'all. All right. Hold up. Let's see. Hold up, y'all. What happened?
Trillions of dollars to the debt that America already has, plus cutting $1 trillion in healthcare for people who need it, as well as giving tax giveaways to the rich and wealthy, because why would they possibly need a giveaway? Okay, number 2, they passed the SAVE Act. Now, I talked to y'all about the SAVE Act before, and a lot of y'all wanted to get into my comments and say that this was never possible. It was not going to happen. Well, baby, guess what? It happened. They passed the SAVE Act, and one of the things that's involved in the SAVE Act affects me and any woman who is married. Okay, so with the SAVE Act, it's pretty much they're trying to reel in who can and cannot vote, trying to make it better, when in actuality they're making it worse. So if your birth certificate does not match what's on your ID, which for married women it does not, we will no longer be able to vote. All right, number 3, they passed the bill to endorse the tariffs and block Congress from stopping Trump. They passed the bill to endorse the tariffs. Now, I've been talking about these tariffs all week. These tariffs do not benefit anybody. It don't benefit us. Actually, I'm going to tell y'all what.
Yo, what's up with it, man? Audio went out on it. Frank, you must have stopped it.
Yeah, I'm talking through it right now. Shit, I was just talking.
Oh, okay.
We'll mute on and shit, I think. So, yeah, this goes to that just goes to show that, you know what I'm saying, they're all in cahoots and shit. You know what I'm saying? If they
Who is this her talking?
say it again.
Who is that talking on the screen?
I don't even know, but you know, for them to make something like that to block Congress and all that, they're just in cahoots and shit. And that, you know, that's why I just say all this shit is just to not get the U.S. back on track. It's just to keep us in this same kind of system.
Who trying to block Congress?
Neoliberal. She just said that they passed a bill. Here, let me play this back. Hold on, let me play this back, bro.
The tariffs do at the end. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna wait till the end to tell y'all what the tariffs do. So because of this war that Trump has started with these tariffs, investors are now pulling out of U.S. bonds. Now, if you don't know what I mean by U.S. bonds, you know anything about stocks and bonds and the stock markets and stuff like that, and really a lot of people don't know and don't understand that our birth certificates, marriage license, death certificates, all of those things are considered a bond and they get traded, and millionaires trade on us all the time. But there are people who are pulling out of that, which means that America really don't have no money. Like the people that was investing into America, the reason why we were able to get, you know, loans and all of this stuff. Yeah, they pulling out, and it's not really gonna be no money to back us. And the consequences of this affects us. It don't affect them. What happens
Who
is
you mean? Who should we say they? Who is it? Is it one people, two people, what? A billion, my brother?
Loan, your mortgage rate will go up. If you have a personal loan, the interest rate will go up. And we got to pay that. People who can't afford to pay anything else because they're already squeezing us out of every penny because everything is just so expensive right now. Okay, another one, number 4. No rogue rulings. Okay, what they did was they stripped federal judges of their ruling power. They can't rule federally. They can only rule in their local jurisdiction, which is crazy because they're federal judges. So if a federal judge can't rule, what are they doing? What they need to like. Okay, and I'm gonna just get to number 5.
That she only made a rule in their district. What you talking about?
Which means now
it's only 13 federal districts. They should only made a rule within those districts.
And who exactly does that affect? Us, because we will be the ones overdrafted. Now, who gets the money and the fees? The people who already got a bunch of money. It's a lose-lose situation for the average American. And people are still like, go Trump, go Trump, go Trump. And I'm like, Houseway, when you're an average American, if you're not rich, all of this affects you. So how are you still pro-Trump? 5 bills that they passed this week that you probably didn't even know because we get distracted thinking about other stuff.
Okay.
Let's get into it. So the first bill that was passed was the Republican budget that will add trillions of dollars to the debt that America already has, plus cutting $1 trillion in health care for people who need it, as well as giving tax giveaways to the rich and wealthy, because why would they possibly need a giveaway? Okay, number 2, they passed the SAVE Act. Now, I talked to y'all about the SAVE Act before, and a lot of y'all wanted to get into my comments and say that this was never possible. It was not going to happen. Well, baby, guess what? Guess what? It happened. They passed the SAVE Act, and one of the things that's involved in the SAVE Act affects me and any woman who is married. Okay, so with the SAVE Act, it's pretty much they're trying to reel in who can and cannot vote, trying to make it better when actuality they're making it worse. So if your birth certificate does not match what's on your ID, which for married women it does not, we will no longer be able to vote. All right, number 3, they passed a bill to endorse the tariffs and block Congress from stopping Trump. They passed a bill to endorse the tariffs. Now, I've been talking about these tariffs all week. These tariffs do not benefit anybody. It don't benefit us. Actually, I'm going to tell y'all what the tariffs do at the end. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to wait till the end to tell y'all what the tariffs do. So because of this war that Trump has started with these tariffs, investors are now pulling out of U.S. bonds. Now, if you don't know what I mean by U.S. bonds, if you know anything about stocks and bonds and the stock markets and stuff like that, and really a lot of people don't know and don't understand that our birth certificates, marriage license, death certificates, all of those things are considered a bond and they get traded, and millionaires trade on us all the time. But there are people who are pulling out of that, which means that America really don't have no money. Like the people that was investing into America, the reason why we were able to get, you know, loans and all of this stuff. Yeah, they pulling out, and it's not really going to be no money to back us. And the consequences of this affects us. It don't affect them. What happens is the interest rate is going to go up. Like if you have a home mortgage, your interest rate will go up. If you have a car loan, your mortgage rate will go up. If you have a personal loan, the interest rate will go up. And we got to pay that. People who can't afford to pay anything else because they're already squeezing us out of every penny because everything is just so expensive right now. Okay, another one, number 4. No rogue rulings. Okay, what they did was they stripped federal judges of their ruling power. They can't rule federally. They can only rule in their local jurisdiction, which is crazy because they're federal judges. So if a federal judge can't rule, what are they doing? What they need it like? Okay, and I'm gonna just get to number 5. They passed a bill eliminating the cap on overdraft fees, which means now if you overdraft your account, your bank can charge you a crazy amount because there's no cap on that. And who exactly does that affect? Us, because we will be the ones overdrafted. Now, who gets the money and the fees? the people who already got a bunch of money. It's a lose-lose situation for the average American. And people are still like, go Trump, go Trump, go Trump. And I'm like, Houseway, when you're an average American, if you're not rich, all of this affects you.
It ain't
So how are you
necessarily
still pro
Trump, man. Stop it for a minute, bro. I gotta address some things. It ain't necessarily Trump, bro. It's the House of Representatives that pass a lot of the legislative branch. Now he got the authority to sign off on them or not. And even if he don't sign off on them, if 3/3 of the House want to pass it, they can veto and pass it through anyway. It ain't got nothing to do with Trump. I don't know why we keep doing this dumb shit, bro. Do we have leeway to make some moves in executive orders? Absolutely. That's the privilege you get when you are selected or elected as president or considered the head of the executive branch. And they get to appoint, like you said, other judges. They get to make other points, appoint other people in their cabinet for other positions, federal positions, and some other local positions or whatever, and so on and so on.
But my thing is, who's writing these bills that are getting?
That's what we need to be find out. We trying to blame Trump. We still doing the same. We blaming the goddamn president when it's the legislative that's writing these laws up. It's senators, bro.
Is that him?
Frank, it'd be people like senators, House of Representative members and shit. They be writing some of this stuff up, bro. They authorize some of these bills, man. And we do. One thing I agree with her, we do need to go look at these bills. She cannot give us a breakdown on what's all in these bills. She point out some of the major things that she may thought that we should check out. We need to go check out because she's given a small teensy sample size of what these bills be saying. They all got technology in it. And it's only one, you know what I'm saying? One thing that may help you.
I think her point of the video was just while we were distracted. That's basically what she was saying. That's what.
Well, yeah. I agree. I 100% agree with that. A lot of bills been passed. That's the whole play with the media of, even the whole election thing. The election process is so fugazi that American people think that they are involved in the election process, the general election process, bro. Bro, that ain't been so probably since the 1800s, probably, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They call it general election. They trying to play games and allow you to feel like you are involved in the process. Houseway, when there's electoral, we know the electoral colleges wants to fight the final decision on who the president is. Because we just seen so many times that the so-called popular vote didn't line up with the electoral college. So, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So, who running the House right now is the Republicans. Whether Trump was in there or not, it still will be Republican policies being pushed or conservative policies being pushed. So I'm not saying anything she's wrong. I'm just saying we got to stop just focusing on one person. That's the whole point of them putting the president out. These are present, right?
True.
So it's a figurehead, so we can shoot shots at them. And then we don't even focus on the House members and the Senate members in our state, in our district. She's talking about districts. Bro, she should be focused on her local politics. They're the ones who go and represent to the White House and represent to the at the Congress and stuff.
True.
If you don't got your local members together, why are we talking about federal? That's stupid. But we keep getting caught up in the trap game because why? Everybody want to be seen and heard right now. If you don't, you got to try to fix it from your local area, bro, the state level. You got to try to get in there and fix it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't address this shit from the federal level, bro. That's way out your hands, bro. Way.
It's all corrupt.
Too far out.
The state motherfuckers corrupt too. This thing is.
Huh?
I said the state motherfuckers are corrupt too. It's all.
They corrupt like a motherfucker. We know that. They want a lot of motherfuckers restricting people from voting. That's the reason why the federal had to step in and create the civil rights stuff and all this goofy stuff because some of these states weren't going when with racist, prejudiced people in the state. Don't forget Woodrow Wilson. We talking about the turn of the 19th century. The birth of a nation, bro. That was democratic. So if a house, what's the old saying, Frank? If a house was built on what? A lies, or the foundation is built on lies, deceit, faulty foundation, right? That's why I would never sign up to be a Democrat. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. It's built on faultiness. Now, I salute the people that actually try to get in there and make a change, a difference, or whatever they can do. But it's so much corruption from the get go, from the formation of it. I would argue that it was formulated by formerly naturalized immigrants, the liberal and conservative. It makes sense because not everybody who came to this country had the same rights. They had created a caste system and a class system, bro. Amongst them, we're not even talking about us as American Indians, copper-colored people. We're talking about just among the immigrants that came here. They had a caste system between them, and they really didn't start really being cohesive on policies, government, and laws until like the 18th century, but like going into like 1830s, 1840s, 50s, 60s, 70s, like 1870 something, bro, for real. Coming into the 19th century, that's when they really start to band together. When I say I'm talking about foreign aliens that we now call citizens, we now call immigrants, we now call migrants, asylum seekers, and shit. Those are all programs and policies that were implemented so they can form a more perfect nation for them, not for us. That was not for us. That was for them. The 13 colonies. Don't forget who all was involved in 13 colonies. That's why she said federal. The federal government, as we know it now, was built off the 13 colonies, the 13 federal districts, bro.
Fact.
Now they expanded it, their governmental span, and that's when they start creating these different, what they consider cities, cities and shit. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think we already had things like counties. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That we already was running in certain regions. We already had like a county set up, county government set up. You know, we had certain laws, you know what I'm saying? Laws of the land, sheriffs and shit. You know what I mean? That was already set up. They just brought some of their laws and policies and stuff from where they come from and mingled some of ours and mixed together. And then they, you know, start to push policies and laws to benefit them only and be very discriminatory toward the indigenous man and woman. And some other immigrants too, because we were brought here to be for slavery, chattel slavery, for indentured servitude, sweatshops, working on the chain gang, working on chains, building railroads, building, like you said, hospitals, churches, all this stuff. You know what I mean? So when you talk about Congress and when you talk about the government never included the United States, as we know, the government, and what you consider Congress, never included American indigenous people at all. We got a better chance getting into local politics than getting to federal. I'm just being honest, bro. I'm just being honest. So yes, Trump they are funded, bro. They are funded by these people, man. What we saying? You keep wanting to vote, but you don't have money to play the game. So why play it at that level? Just step back, let the shit kind of. I mean, I'm not saying don't voice your opinion, don't stay astute of what's going on and what new policies and bills and stuff is being passed, and try to push your people to try to get in local politics to try to make a change. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying when we try to fight this shit from a distance, and I don't know, man. It's I say salute anybody that's putting information out there, but keep putting information out there. You know what I mean? And don't just point to one person. Yeah, give all the names and shit. Because see, a lot of these people don't come out and they don't mention a lot of the Democrat shit. They mention a lot of Republicans, and we know the Democrat shit is they super for immigration.
Right.
But the Republicans for immigration too.
No,
But they willing to let you pay for it though, huh?
Well, yeah, one's for the labor and one's for the vote and shit, for the census.
I mean, they all play that game, but like you said, once they get and built their stuff up, this is why they fight now, Frank, because they're going back to what they were when they first got here. They were not all the same. They were not all equal, right? Everybody that they consider the white, I mean, people back then, when they started creating this white thing, every immigrant that come over was not considered white. Italians were not considered. They even changed it right now. They did. They're not white. Jews are not really white. We would call them white by skin, by lookership, but they know their place. That's why it's always an ongoing battle between them and the Anglo-Saxons, and you know what I mean. It's always gonna be an ongoing battle with them, internal battle. That's old world battles that they brought with them. They was getting treated like BS junk too. They was getting treated a little bit better than us, but they still was getting treated like garbage. And they, like you said, they learned the game from us, you know, on how to be civil to a certain extent, how to maneuver. And then they use that to fund, then they start to fund us, fund some of our civil and social things. A lot of Jews did go down to the South and start funding a lot of people, right? To get them into government so they can have a more larger group to work with. So Jews did work with so-called American Negroes, right? A favor for a favor. You ever heard of this phrase before?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we helped them when they came in. We helped them with some stuff, and they helped us with certain stuff. So when they got in position, you know, learning law, government, on how to protest, on how to, how to fight back against the government per se, or you feel me? They use and start funding. That's where you got hip hop being funded. That's where you got a lot of these other things being funded. Some of the civil rights movement was funded by Jews. Some of the early ones.
Yeah.
Now, I want to say some of them were decent initially. You feel me? But it still wasn't playing the game. It was a favor for a favor. If I fund you to do this, then when I turn around later, this is where you get the later, then you got to support me when I need you to support me. You feel me? That's how you get a Hungarian Jew, George Soros, that can come in and fund a lot of the Harlem Renaissance. Did you know that?
I figured that, but you said which you said
George Soros. George Soros was a Hungarian Jew, funded the Harlem Renaissance.
You can see that.
So they came in because they were not necessarily equal to these other so-called whites initially.
Right.
But they worked their way up socially, economically, and like you said, through the judicial system. I mean, through law, learning law. That's why you see a lot of Jewish people go into law now. They're attorneys. They start to learn civics, right, and law, and inside this country, this United States. But like you said, they learned the game how to let me fund these so-called Negroes that's being oppressed just like we are. Let's fund some of these social programs, schools, HBCUs.
Right.
Now that stuff was funded by Jews, bro.
Right. Oh, for sure.
So it was funded by them. Even like I said, some of y'all master teachers that y'all think that these people clapping for, they were funded by Jews. In exchange for a favor for a favor. Hey, there's gonna be a day where I need you to, to do me a solid. Then that's why you got some Negroes. They mess with a lot of different Jews and stuff and got them as this and there because they had already implanted themselves, as working with each other, doing things with each other. They're coming up in the same struggle.
Right.
But they was making a plan for them to get themselves up, build up a social status so they can separate themselves and now try to govern their own self. Same thing the so-called considered white Anglo-Saxon Puritan came over and did.
Oh, facts.
So these mothers are balanced. They do go through battle. They are internally balancing wars, and it's most likely it could be a split. You know what I'm saying? It could be a split between them. We see they doing some infighting now. But the code is they still have a code that they have agreed to operate within. You know what I mean? And that's all this stuff with the Dred Scott cases and all these racial integrity acts and Jim Crows and stuff like that, and you know what I mean? Miscegenation and Indian removal, all that stuff. They had to be on code with that.
No, for sure. Oh, for sure. For sure.
And if you notice the mentality of a lot of people that get into government, whether they so-called black Negro, whatever, foreign Negro, whatever, so-called white, if you notice when they get into a lot of government positions, whether it's the military or any local or state, federal positions, they kind of take the moniker of the government and they stand on the system. When they say the system structure, if you notice that, they forget where they came from. And this is what we got. We got motherfuckers that get into the government and they just run away because they can get opportunity to make a lot of money, economic, separation, and government ruling, authority, power to like say the right legislation for different bills and stuff like that.
Good point.
We do got to start reading some of these bills and looking at it. It's never been in the best interest of us. Anybody say it's been in the best interest is a damn fool.
Oh, you're in a damn lie.
You're a damn lie and you're a damn fool. Because you got some of them say, "Oh man, the country ain't racist, man. All that race stuff is over with." Okay. I'm glad you feel that way.
Speak for yourself, right?
I'm glad you feel that way. I'm just keeping my eye open. When I see it, I call it out. I'm not saying everything is, but when I see it, I damn sure gonna call it out because it's in your face.
People desensitized. A lot of us be calling us, walk around trying to call us, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, sympathetic and empathetic to their struggle. And because we were more conservative or this or that, you know what I'm saying? That should be, a lot of times, that should be desensitization. They be desensitized. That's how I look at it a lot of times. That shit, they be trying to be funny with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's when they come with the hypocrisy and the double standards and shit. And they want to look at you funny and shit when you call them out for it. I'm not with that. That's just, now at that point, it's just being fake as fuck. You know what I'm saying? At that point, you fake as a motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying? You know who you lying? You ain't lying to me, motherfucker. You lying to your motherfucking self. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Some of them play both sides, Frank, and some of them don't F with the other side. So you got the hardcore ones that's on the right that don't mess with nothing on the left. And you got the hardcore ones that's on the left that don't mess with nothing on the right. Then you got the ones that play both sides. This is what you got to understand. They not all a monolith either, bro. They agree to disagree a lot more than they agree. But they do it in a business manner. That's why they set up these codes, these statutes, these municipalities. You feel me? We got to keep that in mind, man. We cannot lose that. I don't care how much college you went and learned a lot of stuff from college. Went into the military and got some type of status in the military, making some type of financial high earner. You got to understand the codes that was implemented, bro, and still in play.
Facts. Can't lose sight.
You can't lose sight. Don't get too caught up in these trinkets and this vanity shit and the losing of this money that is a tool. One of the tools that's in this society that's been created. You know what I mean?
Facts.
You see people, and I know earlier I was going to, that's why I came on to respond when they were saying something about, he was talking about Phil Scott. He was talking about the separation thing and segregation. When was it not segregation?
Facts.
Because last time I checked, a lot of these so-called immigrants or foreign aliens that come here to try to get naturalized through whether it's visas or whatever they come here, they practice separation, bro. They have their own separate areas they be in, dog. Privately, publicly, they may touch the public transportation,
in their own neighborhood, they don't want to be around motherfuckers, other motherfuckers.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They don't want
No,
to.
they don't. Now he's talking about even when some of our people, we are guilty. He talking about this, the separation, we need to get our own. Bro, stop it. When I was on this show, I told them, bro, stop. That sounds good, but a lot of you Negroes, like you said, when you get your little money, get your little college degrees and shit, you're gonna live in those same mixed neighborhoods, bro. What we saying? You gonna live in them. You gonna live in them same mix, whether it's a mixed conservative neighborhood or a mixed liberal neighborhood or a mixed red neighborhood or blue neighborhood or a mixed, you know what I mean? You gonna live in them. But guess what? They got some towns and cities and stuff that ain't none of you niggas allowed to be in. I don't care how much money you got and how much intellect you got. You'll be a widow for trying to go live by 'em anyway. Well, see, some of our people do call themselves getting out the hood. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, but they go town to go live some of these lily white counties and food and, you know, going about their business and something like this pop off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm saying at this point, it's kind of hard to avoid. I mean, you know, you do want to say somewhere nice where you feel comfortable, where you feel that you protected, but are you really protected when situations happen? This all it takes is a little, like you said, a little spark in the forest, and it's a big ass forest fire. This is a forest fire that's been lit. You see what I'm saying?
That's fact.
Now, I'm not saying everybody in those communities, everybody in those counties, share the same views as people that's online that's spewing a lot of the BS. You know what I mean? Because most likely it's coming from a lot of people that probably ain't even living in that area. It's all right, you know what I mean?
Facts.
But I mean, you still got to keep your head on a swivel. Just because you moving to what you would consider a middle class, what they consider nice or pristine neighborhood, don't mean there's no crimes going on. Don't mean there's nothing not going on.
Facts.
They just got the money and the influence. That's why they call it influential. They got the money and the influence to keep the shit on the wraps. They keep it. They keep certain stuff out of the media. You feel me?
Right.
That's somebody who control their own community. When you can keep stuff out of the media, and you control the media, what's going in and what's coming out.
Right. And the narrative, yeah.
And the narrative, you control the narrative. You put the narrative out there. You got the money to fund it, and you also got the connections to fund it. I mean, to make it work in your favor. So all this separation stuff has been existed, bro. It's like, you know.
Well, facts. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't be saying, oh, this division, all that divided. Like, motherfuckers been divided. Come on. There wouldn't have been no segregation and all that. And that's the case. Jim Crow and all that, if that was the case. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Let's not be. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not act like it's so kumbaya right now and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, people be acting and shit. That shit's farthest from the truth and shit.
Look here. We know this, Frank. This stuff happens every so often. It happens. And it always shakes stuff out the tree. Motherfuckers have been hiding in the trees and stuff. They shook out. They true mentality gets shook out. They faking and stunning and shit because there was, you know, nothing really to address. Now when it's put to the test, people are showing their true colors underneath or how they really feel. Not what they think, how they feel. But they will tell you, oh, don't live in your feelings. Don't get emotional. But it's hard when you see somebody that looks like you that could come from your community or your cultural race of people. You're gonna feel and have your emotion different than somebody else would, bro. That's natural.
That is natural, of course, man. Facts.
Don't nobody want to see nobody dead.
That sounds crazy when they act like that, though. Cause it's like, so you don't have no sympathy and empathy for that person because they don't look like you. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's wild. These motherfuckers, they're thinking. That's why I don't be giving these people credit, man. These people are savages, man.
They are, bro. I mean, they do it to their own.
I know
Just like
exactly.
we do stuff to our own too. So, you know,
White on white crime, man. That's the Ukraine and Russia, man. You know what I'm saying?
Ukraine, Russia, I mean, Israel and whatever white, you know, ran state government. Shit.
Mm.
Argentina, all these places, bro, they banging on these bang. Come on, bro.
Mm. Just like
Venezuela, I mean, these places, you know, where these people be at, bro. They be coming down in them places, bro, and taking over in them places too. They bring the same policies in liberal, conservative, democratic, you know what I'm saying, policies, social policies, bro.
That's true. That is so true. Just like all right, so right here, they there's a brother that just got killed by a firing squad, man, executed, man. Check this out. See, this is the type of stuff that I'll be talking about, man. People don't be talking about.
Executed by firing squad yesterday. Mikhail Mahdi was sentenced to death for killing an off-duty police officer in Orangeburg back in July 2004.
Orangeburg, where's it at?
Brother, but still, I think
Where's Orangeburg at, Frank? Is it South Carolina somewhere? That sounds like a Confederate state. Orangeburg? What is that, Virginia?
maybe North Carolina or something.
Killed a convenience store worker in North Carolina. Mahdi was sentenced to life in prison for murder. He's the fifth inmate executed by South Carolina in less than 8 months as the state makes its way through death row prisoners after a 13-year pause. Mahdi chose firing.
10 years. The Masonic numbers, they keep giving it to him.
Hold on, let's say he chose a firing squad. That's what you just said?
Executed by South Carolina in less than 8 months as the state makes its way through death row prisoners after a 13-year pause. Mahdi chose firing squad over lethal injection and the electric chair.
It's my 12th execution overall, and it's the first time I've heard there be some kind of audio pain cue. I've seen flinching, I've seen things like that, but that was the first time I've actually heard a noise that came out of there.
Mahdi was the second ever execution by firing squad in South Carolina. The first was Brad Sigmund back in March.
Third month.
Yeah, man, they got the blood, bro. They got this. Hey, look, summertime, bro. You know what happens in summer months, baby. They get shit, killing spree, baby.
Damn,
hunting season, ain't that what they call it? Hunting season. Literally called hunting season.
All right, to check out this story. This is the story I was telling you about. This is like Carmelo Anthony story. Check it out. Fair use, fair use. Uh-oh.
What's the audio?
Hit us with the 3 years. Oh, my bad. Hit us with the 3 years. Once again.
Isabella Quintanilla was in the courtroom all day today. She joins us now outside the Bell County Justice Center with more from the first day of the trial. Isabella.
Yes, that's right, Lauren and Gordon. The 156th District Court was packed today with families, friends, witnesses, and others, all who have been waiting nearly 3 years to learn the fate of now 21-year-old Cason Allison. We first heard from the state prosecutors who are charging Cason Allison with murder, saying he was intentionally cutting and stabbing Joe Ramirez, to which Allison pleaded not guilty. His defense attorneys then gave their opening statement implying it was self-defense. Defense attorney Zachary Boyd told the jury, quote, Cason was in the fight for his life where he was jumped by 5 friends, end quote. We heard from state witnesses today, including a 911 record custodian, the Belton ISD Director of Safety and Security, 2 teachers who saw the aftermath of the stabbing, and the school nurse. At the start of the trial, they played 5 911 calls from 2 staff members, 2 students, and a parent. In one of those calls, a girl identified Kaysen, claiming she saw him running through the parking lot with a bloody nose. They then played security footage from several cameras showing Joe and 3 others walking into a bathroom, Kaysen and another boy walking in shortly after. 5 boys, including Joe, then ran out of the bathroom and split up, with Kaysen once again running out shortly after. We also saw footage of Joe running down the main hallway, bleeding onto the floor and then collapsing. Blood immediately began to pool as teachers and staff quickly surrounded him. Many of Joe's family and friends were in tears as they watched this all play out. One witness, the first to get to Joe, said, quote, "His breathing was rapid and shallow. It appeared to me as if he had a punctured lung." Another witness, the school nurse, said they gasped when they cut open Joe's shirt, finding a gaping wound across his left chest. She also shared that a student that had been in the bathroom was brought to the nurse's office and was on the phone with his mom saying, quote, "Kaysen stabbed Joe." Now, at this time, we are still hearing from state witnesses, and the trial will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m., but we will, of course, be keeping you updated throughout this trial. Reporting live in Belton is Isabella Quintanilla, QTX News 10.
Kind of interesting,
Is it in school?
Kind of similar a little bit.
This is in school?
Yep. Yeah, man. Like, wow.
I mean, I don't want people, I mean, knife fights and knife things are very common, bro. Like, but it's no excuse, but I'm still waiting for all the information to come out because we still really haven't got any details on what kind of blade this was that he had. You know. But yeah, people carry knives anywhere. I used to carry me a little pocket knife, bro.
But the white the white community wasn't outraged over that and going crazy over that, man. It's like, you know what I'm saying? That should be.
I mean, it was a white boy that stabbed a black. I mean, a Mexican boy, right?
Yeah, but it's like they wasn't. Why wasn't it? Wasn't.
But they stabbed both each other, though, right?
No, I think the white boy stabbed the Mexican, but it wasn't the same energy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when it comes down to this, what's the name? When it comes down to this, Carmelo Anthony. You see what I'm saying? These motherfuckers, it's just bullshit. These motherfuckers, they full of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't listen to these motherfuckers, man, because it's just ignorance. You know what I'm saying? And how could you listen to ignorance? You know what I'm saying? They be ignorant, bro. I can't listen to it. You know what I'm saying? Because what does that make me?
Willfully ignorant.
The motherfuckers super, super ignorant, man. I can't listen to the shit they be talking. Shout out to Tough News TV. You heard about this story?
Donated $200K to help Carmelo Anthony and his family out. Now, when Carmelo got out of jail, he returned to a luxurious community with his family, and the house is valued at $900K. And they're saying that they estimate that they're paying $3,500 a month to live there. And they also noted that there are a couple of luxurious cars in the driveway. So a lot of people have a problem with that. They're saying that the family is misappropriating the funds and things like that. Now, with this case going on, a lot of people felt disappointed by the judge because she's a conservative judge, and they thought that she would stand 10 toes down and keep Carmelo Anthony's bond.
Hold up, Dan, hold up, hey, Shaq, wait, hold up. So just because she's conservative, she can't. That's not doing the right thing. Because it's not benefiting somebody white. Damn, wait, whoa. What does being conservative have to do with anything anyway? What is that? What is a belief or a party or any of that political party stance or affiliation have anything to do with the fucking ruling, bro? Them motherfuckers is simple-minded, bro. That's the culture.
You got to be on code, Frank.
I just said it. That's the code shit they play by. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, damn, we don't see that. I don't think a lot of us get that. Yeah, that's some code shit right there. They wanted her to be. They on that conservative shit, that liberal shit, the Democrat shit, the Republican shit. That they're on that. You know what I'm saying? They got mad because wow.
and things like that and keep him in jail. But ultimately, the judge elected to let Carmelo out of jail, and he has to wear an ankle monitor and things like that. But there's a lot of hoopla surrounding Carmelo Anthony, and a lot of people feel that it has to do with the fact that he's melanated, right? Now, I want you guys to know that there was a similar case that took place in Texas not too long ago. I want you guys to check out this clip, and I'll be back.
So it's okay for a white kid to premeditate unaliving. It's okay for a kid to bring a blade to school with the intention and purposes of using that blade. It's okay for them to drop $1 million bond bail for a white kid to $175,000. But there's a problem with the black kid. All the people that's upset with the judge, the black judge Lauren Carmelo's bail, are just, it's deeply rooted in racism, because there's a similar case that's happening as we speak in Texas. But this time, the white boy unalived a Mexican kid with multiple pokes. Why is this kid carrying a knife on school grounds? Right? This was a planned fight. They went to go fight in a restroom, and a kid brought a blade with him. Poked the Mexican kid multiple times, fled the scene, and the cops had to find him at his house, and then was covered in that red stuff. Right? His bail was set at $1 million. Then they reduced it to $175,000.
All right, so the incident that this brother was talking about took place back in 2022, and the case is still ongoing. There's nothing for me to say here, so I'm just going to move along to an extremely sad story. So a young man by the name of Jordan Hill passed away due to an ATV accident, and a man by the name of Cody Rallison is responsible for it. He actually hit Jordan Hill, left him there, right? Came back to pick up a broken piece of mirror and fled the scene. He didn't care about the well-being of the individual that he just hit, let alone the child that he just hit. Now, this particular situation took place on April the 6th, and a lot of people are trying to say that this was actually some get back because of what happened on April the 2nd. So what transpired on April the 2nd? Well, Carmelo Anthony did Austin Metcalf in, and I say that respectfully, right? Now, this is the thing. This video is going to be extremely long because there's a lot of parts and pieces to it. So I'm going to play you guys a bevy of clips that will include Jordan Hill's family and people within the local community going back and forth with local law enforcement and things of that nature. There were protests and things like that. And listen, guys, to my knowledge, this guy has not been arrested yet. Oh, wait, he was arrested, but he was arrested for possession of trees. But anyway, let me go ahead and implement these clips, and I'll be back.
It's crazy how there's no news coverage on this. A little black boy was by the hands of a white man. How surprising. So this story takes place in Mississippi, y'all. It says this precious 10-year-old boy was taken from his family while riding his ATVs by this man, Cody Rallison. There was no skid marks from Cody attempting to stop. He hit the and kept driving, only returning later to pick up the mirror that was knocked off his truck. That man has Confederate flags hanging from his house. He lives a couple houses down from Jordan and his mother, and is only being booked for having. He has faced zero consequences for unaliving this and driving away, not even stopping to help or call 911. Why we don't know about this, y'all? Why y'all not in an outrage over this? Y'all know the ones, when I say y'all, you know exactly who I'm talking about. The ones who was all.
Why are we not outraged over that? You see what I'm saying, Jack? Why are we not pissed? I thought the elderly and the kids was all, you know what I'm saying? See, that's you know, that's off limits right there. The elderly and the kids. So, you know, why are we not outraged over that? But see, a lot of us don't know about this either, though. Thanks to the mainstream media. You know, there's a couple of different elements when it comes down to shit like that.
Over us for standing up for Carmelo Anthony for self-defense, but this innocent little black boy was in a hit and run by this guy who only stopped to get his mirror later. No calling for 911, no stopping, not helping the little boy or nothing. Why y'all not going crazy over this? This little innocent 10-year-old little boy was too.
No peace. Our street.
I Street. I Street. I Street. I Street. I Street. You can't tell us nothing. You can't tell us nothing. Go arrest. You want somebody to say something? Go arrest that. Go arrest the mother. This little baby. Don't tell it. Can't nobody tell us nothing.
Go ahead and tell us what he want to say for me. I won't say it to everybody.
You got to say it. No justice. No peace.
You got to speak. Everybody speak. Okay, go ahead. I worked this rec site. Okay. I was the first one here on scene. I was the very first one that got here.
Where's the mother and dad so they can hear this?
Hold on. Mama and daddy. Come here. No, don't give him no photo out. Hugging her.
He want to tell us something. He said he worked this out. I want y'all to hear what I got to say to everybody, just like I told y'all Sunday. I called y'all Sunday, I got to tell y'all. I worked this rec center. I got chills on me from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, up down my legs, every bit. Because I was the first one here and I saw them make a living. And I saw them that there was nothing that I could do. After 25 years of being a police and an EMT and a firefighter, it don't get no easier to see these babies laid right here in this road, regardless of what the hell happened. There's nothing that I could do under the sun to save this baby. The Lord had taken him home by the time I got here. Anything that I could have done to take care of that child.
Mike check.
Why you here now?
Mike check.
You interrupted the house here. You had all week long to come and talk to these families.
Go ahead. Say what you got to say. We ain't giving you no up. Say what you got to say, man. Well, say what you got to say.
Only thing I want to tell y'all,
Hold on, wait.
same thing I told these folks is, there's nothing that I could do at this time. There's nothing that I could do at this time for the child.
How come there ain't nothing you could do though? Like there ain't no loopholes when it comes down to there's loopholes when it comes down to y'all, but not, you know.
To pray for this family. And I have been.
You gotta arrest the person.
Hold on, wait. Mic check.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Go ahead. That's what we're trying to get to. We understand you couldn't bring. We know he was DOA.
Yeah. But you the one who charged.
Why is you not officer? All right. He's sorry for being powerful. Right. Now let's get to the real meat of the thing. Okay. The investigation has led. We took the guy in custody Sunday. I ain't let him out no time. I ain't gonna have no charge there. So he's not in jail? No. He's not in jail.
No.
And they gave him the truck back.
They're driving up and down here.
That's what I'm trying to get, y'all. That's the question I. So what did you charge him with? Now you were the. I wasn't the arresting officer. Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. But I was first one here. I didn't leave this scene. They could tell you. Did you see a vehicle? Let me explain.
You might be a little narcissistic. Please tell me you ain't making it you, dog. What is you trying to say, man? Say what you trying to say, because you disrespecting this family.
He's a flight risk. After he led the scene, he's a flight risk.
So why wasn't vehicle?
Who's the one that's just charged him with leaving the scene? Danny Moe signed the charge. That's
the one who remained white.
He was charged with possession of a motor vehicle. I took him and had his blood drawn, and when the results come back, his sister he would be charged with aggravated DUI at that time. I got to wait for crime lab before that. I did take his blood drawn.
They don't wait when he.
How was he not charged with?
You have to have somebody else. Last time I told him, is he white? Is he white? It don't make a shit. Is he white?
It is because he white.
Something to do with it? I've been a police officer before. I know how it works.
You don't know that they got places
to deal with us.
Did you know they got places you can call to tell on them, but nobody know you even told?
Let's go. We on the bus.
You don't got nothing to tell, and that's why you part of the problem.
You stay safe
because you ain't got nothing to tell. But I promise you, do you got grandkids? They don't give a about them. They don't give a about your.
That's crazy, man. I'm telling you. Boy, I tell you.
grandkids. So when they get your grandkids, don't come hollering for us for help.
Hey, come here real quick. Hey, come here, sister. Hey, hold up. If they gotta get on, they can get on, but come back real quick. We got a testimony. Come here. Whose house?
Our house.
Whose house?
Our house.
Who got the power?
We got the power.
Where we at?
Outside.
Where we at?
Outside.
Where we at?
Outside.
Where we at?
Outside.
What you got, baby? What you got?
Yeah, that was my little nephew who got killed Sunday. And ran over, knocked his out. They let him out of jail yesterday with a.
Say what?
Jordan Hill.
That better be a damn lie.
Jordan Hill.
So that's
Jordan Hill.
Say his name.
Jordan Hill.
Say his name.
Jordan Hill.
Say his name.
Jordan Hill. Jordan Hill. Why you looking confused, Mr. Bates? You know what happened. Don't look so confused. Don't look so confused. You see what they doing? Another black in your hand.
No words.
Yeah.
No words.
Don't worry though.
No words.
Don't worry though.
Don't fight the kids.
Karma
Don't fight
happens.
the kids, let them fall.
And you got
Let 'em
grandkids
fall.
that look like Jordan Hill. You remember that? You got grandkids that look like Jordan Hill. 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 No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
12.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11.
12.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11.
12.
You heard me.
Sent me through Messenger, but I was live or whatever. Yeah.
I'm glad she came.
I'm glad. I'm so glad. Yeah.
Was he a good kid?
He was a good kid.
Yeah. Can you describe him? Was he funny?
He was quiet. He was humble. He was
Yeah.
Wouldn't hurt nobody, wouldn't bother nobody. So they had no reason.
No man.
Just so they don't put that.
Well, I know that. I know that the family took a major loss, but you cared about Jordan, so you took one too, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Everybody at school, all the staff.
Yeah.
Kids, my baby's fourth grade. Jordan's third grade.
So it feels like it could have been your baby.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I seen him Friday at school. He didn't come back Monday.
Yeah.
Oh man. And so Mondays I'm standing on my duty post. The kids getting off the bus. I'm knowing he's not coming to the sidewalk. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so sorry for your loss. I really am.
I'm telling y'all, it's crazy.
And I thank you so much for coming out here to support today. And the JJ,
yeah, look, my daughter got a baseball game going on that way.
Well, y'all enjoy. I hope she win. And me and my crew gonna be there tomorrow with us some balloons.
Girl, yeah,
and a blue shirt on. We will be there.
When we heard that y'all were down here, I was like, Lord, thank you. Lord, thank you.
Me and my crew will be there.
Tremaine graduated a year after me. Tremaine ain't bothered nobody in school. Tremaine was not that type of dude.
Yeah.
Tremaine was that type of dude. He come from Miss White, and he come from
Tremaine White. Tell me what you know about him.
He was a good athlete, man. He was a chill dude. He ain't bothered nobody. And then when that happened, we knew it had to be on them because he's not aggressive.
Not an aggressive guy. Okay. So these cops, they said it was somebody last name Palladini, Bellini, whatever his name is, and Danny Moe. Do you know about them?
I just know Danny Moe. I don't know the other.
What is Danny Moe? Somebody who's always involved in this kind of stuff? So why do you think they haven't gotten rid of Danny Moe?
It's a White County.
All right, so you guys just saw and heard all of that, and now I want to know what you guys think. So drop down in the comments and let me know how you feel about all of this. Now, I do wonder why major news networks are not covering this. If it wasn't for TikTok, you know what? I would have been asked out of luck. I wouldn't have came across it, I guess, because they're not talking about it. I mean, you have to look it up on the internet to even get a publication about it. But as far as them talking about it, I haven't seen it come across my TV screen. But anyway, if you guys don't mind, don't forget to like this video. Also share this video. And if you're new here, consider subbing to the channel. I'll get with you guys later. Yep.
All right. y'all. I got another little video. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Introverted Rock Stars. Check out this new channel.
Mahatma Rice feels like home. And here we are.
Aren't we nervous about presenting in front of the entire team today? Nah.
All right, shout out to this dude, man. Check out
Karma. I believe in it. It's very unfortunate that this other child decided to make a bad choice that's going to affect him for the rest of his life. I have compassion for every human being. This is not, I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on a soapbox trying to politicize this. I don't appreciate some of the remarks I've seen online that people say there was this fight and they don't know, they weren't there. I know the truth. So unless you were there, unless you saw it, don't spread gossip.
Just to ask you this one question, like I had mentioned, the self-defense argument made by the suspect. What's your reaction to that if that's used in court or used?
As a defense attorney, they're going to try every avenue. That's their job. The truth will come out. There were too many people that were there that saw what happened. My own son told me what happened. There was never a punch even thrown. So I don't care. There was never a phone broken. We've never had contact with this individual ever. So unless you were there, I don't appreciate all the gossip and all the mistruths that people are speaking at this moment.
Is that shocking to hear or read, or at least hear from me, say that that's what he told police after that moment?
No, what do you expect? If you're caught, the best thing you're gonna do is try to lie your way out of it. Now, I'm not saying he's a liar, but the truth and the facts, justice will prevail. Has nothing to do with me.
Oh, so this the nice Christian young man he's speaking of. But don't worry, we'll get back into that picture later on in this video. And look, I'm going to say it again, rest in peace to that young man. But on this channel, we hold racist Caucasian people accountable. And to the good Caucasian people that get it, thank you. So you have to step back and ask yourself, why is this family running to do these interviews? Why are they so in a hurry to tell their side of the story first? What happened to getting a lawyer and waiting to go to trial? But they can't wait because they have to convince the jury early because these twins started the whole incident. And I told y'all yesterday that racist Caucasian people, they love attacking our people and hiding their hands, love attacking our people and crying wolf. They do it at the jobs. They do it in sports. It's in their blood. Make it make sense. And then I said, wait, is this dude on another interview the day after his son was murdered? Man, run the tape. He said it needs to be changes starting at home. I need y'all to remember that part because we're going to come back to that. And look, by now, y'all know me. Y'all know I love to do my research. So I found Austin's TikTok account. Now, y'all remember when they had that picture of Carmelo sticking up the middle finger, all racist Caucasians posted that picture. Even the posted the picture, but ironically, no one posted this picture of Austin doing the same damn thing. Make that make sense. And not only that, you had people blaming Carmelo for doing what he did because he listened to drill music. Now, if you go to this TikTok account, Austin's TikTok account, go click on his pictures. Everything is rap music. Everything is violence. He was trying to be black, and it all started to make sense. Hear me out. And see, this what the news not gonna tell you. Those twins knew Carmelo already. Carmelo was a track and football star, a captain, a team captain his junior year. But most of all, he was black. While Austin was on TikTok pretending to be black, wearing bandanas, listening to trap music. And I need y'all to hear me out right quick. Those twins walked under that tent and they saw the real version of a black man. They saw the real version of a student athlete. And they on TikTok pretending to be black. But when they saw the original version, it's like a Chrysler 300 pulling on side of a Bentley. You can't fake it. He's on TikTok. Austin's on TikTok faking to be a black dude, but he runs into Carmelo Anthony under his tent. And you got to realize this track, he's probably under that tent talking to some of the girls from their school. And you have to step back and remember, the twins don't run track. They was just there being bums and bullying people. And they was jealous. Austin and his brother were jealous of Carmelo. So that's why they stomped his phone and they tried to bully him, not knowing this would be their last time bullying anyone. And how ironic, we haven't seen any footage of the incident. This is Texas. Everywhere, it's cameras everywhere, especially in these schools where all the money is put in. They put all their monies into these high schools. Why we don't have no footage? Make it make sense. And I'm gonna say this, in my opinion, that other twins should be arrested too. The only reason why he's doing all these interviews and all this talking, because he's trying to cover his ass. But you can look at his eyes, you can see the guilt, you can see the shock, and it's eating his ass alive. I'm telling you, the game is cold. And I told y'all in the title, I blame the parents. And this dude said it starts at home. Their dad said it starts at home. Dude, you look and sound like you have anger issues. How you saying it starts at home when you are not even with their mother? Make it make sense. So in my opinion, the split in your home caused your boys, caused your twins to grow up and be bullies, caused your twins to be on TikTok pretending to be black. Make it make sense. In just 4 days, this whole family has appeared in every news outlet. That tells me everything I need to know. And look, we already know the media is against us. That's why we have to create these YouTube videos to get the truth out. And look, I know right now a lot of racist Caucasians and are upset because the tables have turned, but y'all will be okay. We as black people deal with this all the time and no one says anything. For example, your doctors murder our black women while in labor on purpose, no outrage. Your police, your prison workers murder our black men while handcuffed on purpose, no outrage. Our young people are murdered in sundown towns on purpose, and everyone moves on like it never happened, no outrage. So trust me, y'all will be okay. And like I said earlier, I don't wish death on anyone because life is so beautiful. And I hate that Carmelo and his family have to go through this because this is not easy. And this is very important. Tell your kids not to bully and put their hands on other people. Tell your kids not to smash other people's phones. Tell your kids not to let the rap music, the trap music on TikTok control your actions. So like I said, free Carmelo Anthony. And I send all my love to his family. I'm out.
No other network has done this. You've seen it first right here with me. Breaking news. Jeffrey Metcalf. I broke it. I broke it to the internet. Now, if you see it anywhere else, just know where they got it from. They got it from me. No other news network, no other TikToker, no other creator has this. So I'm asking you now to share this video to everybody. I want this video on everybody FYP. You see, the more people that sees this, it creates support for Anthony because the narrative needs to be changed. I honestly think in my heart of hearts that those boys wouldn't be the boys they are if it wasn't for this clown. That's why I say Anthony needs to be released at his own recognizance, and this clown needs to take his fucking place. Don't like this video. Like it, repost it, and share it.
And before I go all the way in on this video, can y'all do me a favor? Can y'all please go follow this content creator on TikTok because he was the first one with this information. But like I always say, rest in peace to that young man. But on this channel, we hold racist Caucasian people accountable. And to the Caucasian people that's not racist, this belt is not for you. In this interview, well, multiple interviews, this man said he wasn't there, but he still knows what happened. And then he told us to stop spreading rumors. Make that make sense. Well, since you know everything, partner, why is the media hiding this information from us? Because let's just be real. If Carmelo's dad had an essay charge on his record, it would be all over social media. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be on Facebook. It'll be on Instagram.
Come on, you got a SA charge, man. And nobody, the media ain't talking about it. How come nobody's really talking about it? Reporting this like that. You got a whole SA charge? Damn. Nobody really talk about it. It's all good though. When the tables is turned.
Instagram, it'll be on TikTok. Matter of fact, it will be on all news outlets. I told y'all the game is cold. The media is cold with this shit. This family went to every news outlet, and instead of the news telling the truth about this family, that they are dysfunctional as hell, the news outlets tried to make this family look perfect, saying it was God-fearing, religious family, all that bullcrap. But the ex-wife, she almost embarrassed the whole family, but the son saved her. Run the tape.
I just saw his soul leave me, and it took my soul too.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask you one last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you.
No tears.
I saw an interview last night. Okay, someone else. Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
But I have seen interviews with your husband in the last 24 hours, and it was remarkable to me that I heard your husband say within hours of this that he forgave this other young man, and he got there so quickly. And I honestly don't know that I could. And I just want to see, and I don't know if there's a right or a wrong place to be, especially as quickly as this has happened.
Be sympathetic when it's somebody white, baby. You know?
Megan, how do you feel on that front today?
I am not like their dad. I am so angry at that boy.
Of course. Right?
Damn, son, why does she hate you so much? As soon as that news reporter said husband, look at her face. Her face, all those fake tears, they dried up. She got angry. You can see it all in her face. Why does she hate you that much? Make it make sense. Now, this is what you call real dysfunction. And ain't it crazy how racist Caucasian people, they always love to stereotype black people, but in reality, they are more dysfunctional than us. Yeah, they know how to hide it well, but don't be fooled. And see, on my channel, I love keeping that same energy. All that I'm deep in my faith, super religious BS, it doesn't work on me. I see right through it. Also, in this interview, you took slick shots at Carmelo's parents. Let's read. This man said maybe parents can educate their kids on senseless acts of violence. And he said it starts at home. What you mean, senseless acts of violence? Your sons, your twins are bullies. What you mean it starts at home? What home? That woman, your ex-wife, left you when you caught that SA charge. What you mean it starts at home? Make it make sense. And see, it's two things that racist Caucasian people and have in common. They always try to manipulate you with their super religious talk. Oh, my faith is deep. I trust in God. It's all fake. It's all cap. They do that on purpose to manipulate.
That's a good point. That is a good point. They both do it. He ain't never lied about that. You're right.
You, and then they try to act perfect, like they have no flaw, like they just God's gift to earth. But in reality, it's the whole opposite. And see, the reason that father keeps saying he don't want people online spread rumors, because they want to control the narrative. They don't want stuff like this to get out. Run the tape.
In 2011, Jeffrey Metcalf was arrested for SA. Those twins was 4 years old at the time. Shortly after that, the mother, Megan, packed up those fucking twins and got the fuck out of that house. Let's put the blame on him. Let's blame him for his son not being here. We need to shift focus. I don't mind dragging a Metcalf through the fucking mud if I could save Carmelo Anthony's fucking life. It's some shit going on with this guy, and the world needs to see it. I'm the only one on social media pushing this shit. I'm begging and I'm asking for help to push this narrative. He's hiding something. He's fucking hiding something. What if, just what if he did, to those, and maybe those boys are the way they are because of what the father. I would harbor resentment for the rest of my fucking life. Maybe those boys had to grow up a little bit faster than other 17-year-olds. Here's the problem.
So to you, Mr. Metcalf, while you out there running up a bag off your son's death, stop throwing slick shots at Carmelo's parents. You have no room to preach about morals. Ain't none of us perfect, especially you. And for this dysfunctional ass family to get on all these news outlets and act perfect and talk about God, talk about religion, the audacity. And to my people, you see how the cops, the school, the students, the news reporters, the news outlets, they all stick together no matter what. Even with Austin being in the wrong, they all stayed on code. Even though the ex-wife hates her ex-husband's guts, they still stay on code. So in our community, we need to be the same way. And I know we have a lot of in the community, but don't even worry about them. They are irrelevant. Our focus is sticking together, putting out the hidden truths and supporting this family, because one day is Carmelo, the next day is your family member. And like my boy Red Supreme said to the gangsters and the gangbangers, it's time for us to recognize who our real ops are. So free Carmelo Anthony. I'm out.
Word, yo. Man, that was real spit, man. You know what I'm saying? I like it. And the Reddit Rockstar, he be holding people accountable. I like his angle, you see what I'm saying? Word. Well, you know what I'm saying? Other than that, man, I'm about to take my ass off here, man. So salute, you know what I'm saying? Shaq, you know what I'm saying? You still there or what? You know what I mean? You feel me? So you can check Shaq out at Shaq Waller, you know what I'm saying? On Facebook, you know what I'm saying? Shaq Edwards, Instagram, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, other than that, man, y'all holler back at me, man. I'm gonna do another show like Friday or Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, man, y'all, you know, just stay watchful, man. You know, keep our eyes on the prize, man. Just don't trust nobody, don't trust in the government, don't give in to the BS. You see them stay with some principles and some morals, but other than that, I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Salute, all right? And other than that, peace, man.